This is Meteo Mundo.
Okay, friends, welcome you back here early on this Tuesday morning. Rusty with you here covering the track of Category 5 Melissa. And unfortunately, we've talked about hoping for the best and preparing for the worst. And my friends on Jamaica, I hope you have prepared for the worst. Unfortunately, that is the situation that is going to be with us here as we go through this Tuesday. This is going to be a historic storm, a storm that is going to continue to batter this island and bring life-threatening impacts in the form of a catastrophic storm surge in some areas, catastrophic and dangerous winds, and extreme rainfall that could lead to flash flooding over a lot of the island. There's a lot to get into. Of course, we start with our sponsor. Meteo Mundo is sponsored by the Lane Law Firm of Central Florida, your hometown homeowners insurance attorneys. They offer free consultation and policy reviews. You get storm damage of any kind. They cover the entire state. They walk you through the insurance claim process. They're a great sponsor of the channel. Please go to leanonmelaw.com if you would like more information. All right. Obviously, it's early. I hope everyone is doing well. You know, I was monitoring the storm overnight. If you guys were kind of following us here on our live stream, we're beginning to start to see the storm work its way into the island, right? Our winds are beginning to become much more steady in the 50 to 60 mile an hour range. Unfortunately, there has been no relaxation in the storm's intensity. It still has winds of 175 miles an hour. As a matter of fact, one thing I want to do here as we get started, and I actually meant to do this before we jumped on, is to put the latest stats on, but I'll do that in just a second. But the track, unfortunately, continues to be one where the eye of the storm will make landfall in the western side of the island. The question now is not if it's going to happen, but when. The storm is still an absolute monster, okay? With conditions that will just continue to go downhill. As a matter of fact, you can see the re-energization of the storm and all the lightning near the center of circulation. So unfortunately, my friends, this is worst case scenario. This is going to be a historic storm over Jamaica, and there's going to be a lot of unfortunate destruction with this storm as it moves in. We had the 5 o'clock advisory. We're going to get the 8 o'clock intermediate coming up. But just to give you guys, an idea of what the Hurricane Center was talking about in the 5 o'clock advisory, and I apologize, it's the wrong storm. Let me bring this up for you guys. First of all, I hope everyone is doing well. I know I'm jumping right into this, but, I want to make sure that I'm getting this information out. Landfall is still probably 4-5 hours away, just depending on where it wants to move in. If it bends a little bit east, the orientation of the shoreline, southern sides and eastern sides of St. Elizabeth Parish is a little bit closer. If it stays a little bit farther west, landfall might be a little bit of an hour away. But conditions deteriorating on Jamaica, Cat 5, Melissa. Again, winds right now are still 175 miles an hour. This will be a historic storm if it moves in at that strength. So let's put that on the board. And again, we are going to get the new 8 o'clock intermediate advisory coming in. And from time to time, the Hurricane Center, by the way, will provide even hourly updates as we get closer to landfall. We'll see if that's the situation. But again, there has been no weakening of this storm. Everything that I've seen this morning as I prepared for this live stream shows a storm that has not gone under an Eyewall replacement cycle. We haven't lost any strength. The pressure since late last night has fallen a couple of millibars down to 901, and it is beginning to pick up a little bit of forward speed. North-northeast at 5 miles an hour. It's still moving slowly, but everything that was kind of forecast from the Hurricane Center and what the models look like, unfortunately, are holding true here early on this Tuesday, where we had the turn north starting just before midnight last night, and there's been a subtle easterly bend with the storm as it approaches the southwest coastline of Jamaica. The winds that you see, those are the numbers right there, gusts, but you notice that these numbers are pretty steady right now. We are getting steady 50 and 60 mile an hour wind gusts across the island, and it's even getting worse right now on the southwest side of the island as well. So residents of Jamaica need to prepare to be sheltered in place, to ride out the storm and wherever you feel like the safest location is possible for you. At this point in time, any preparations have to be done. All right. Let's check out what's happening right now across the island. We'll check in with the See Jamaica YouTube channel. Now, if you look in the top right-hand side of your screen, by the way, sunrise occurred just a little bit ago, so we're getting daylight. This will be a daylight landfall across the island. At least we'll be able to see what the storm is bringing. Top right-hand side of your screen, you see that the water is already over Flatbridge, just like with Hurricane Beryl. And again, not even close to the closest that this storm will come. It shows you the imminent storm surge that will be inundating the southern side of the island. Top left-hand side of your screen is Kingston Harbor. You can see the chop there already developing, and then you just have wet roads right there and halfway tree and over towards West Parade. So obviously, and again, you want to check out some live cameras, you can go on over to See Jamaica. Anyone in Jamaica, let me know how you guys are doing. Good morning. The 8 a.m. has not come out yet, but I'll check in with that as well. I'm getting to the chat. Now, first of all, obviously, if you live on Jamaica, I want to hear from you. Please let me know how you're doing. I hope to speak live on the air with some of our contacts from Jamaica. We may not be able to do video, but hopefully at least understand what's going on the island and get some phone calls going with that. Now let's talk about where this storm is right now. So let me bring up our distance tool. And again, it's moving at 5 miles an hour. So right now from St. Elizabeth Parish, the Eyewall is about 32 miles away. So expecting landfall probably in about 5 to maybe 6 hours. So landfall being 6:41, and again, actually it's a little bit closer, isn't it? I apologize. I didn't get the last frames in. Let me redo that. And let's be clear about something. Remember, there is 80 lightning strikes near the eye. It's outrageous. And that's filtered. If you guys remember, I filtered the lightning strikes so that we don't have as much on there so that you guys can actually see the reflectivity. The true number of lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes is over 300 lightning strikes around the eye. Not only is this an eye that has 175 mile an hour winds, the explosive thunderstorm activity, I'm not sure, and I'm being dead serious, I'm not sure I've ever seen a storm that has had over 300 lightning strikes in a 15-minute time frame. If we zoom into the eye, it's still over 220, right near that center in the last 15 minutes. This storm is so energized. Any thought of this storm weakening in a fashion that would bring down some of the impacts of the storm to the island is not going to happen. We're just too close to landfall. Even if, for some reason, this thing starts under an Eyewall replacement cycle, what's it going to do? Drop it to 160? And again, we talked about the fact that practically there's not a lot of difference between 150 and 160 and 175, even 140. Again, you know, buildings that are going to fail with those kinds of winds are likely to fail with winds that are even less than that. So from the closest part of the island that I can see this storm getting to, we are more like 23 miles from the center. So let me rephrase that. We're probably 4 hours from landfall, 5 at most. It just depends if it goes a little bit farther north or a little bit orientation of the shoreline, a little bit farther away. If it comes more into southeast Elizabeth Parish, where I have the line, we're probably 4 hours from landfall. So landfall probably somewhere in the late 10 o'clock hour on Jamaica, maybe in the early 11 o'clock hour. Look, obviously this is absolute worst case scenario. Let me jump into, I want to get to this chat, guys. Good morning, Anne Marie. Again, let us know what you guys have been experiencing, right? So Donovan says it was terrible through the night and is not even here yet and in St. Catherine. First of all, again, just to go through any kind of bad storm at night is always anxiety ridden, but you know that the worst is still to come, just like Donovan is talking about. This is worst case, okay? Because the storm has such an expansive eye that even on the western edge of the island, they are likely to see, the core of the winds. Maybe far western Hanover and Westmoreland parishes avoids the major hurricane winds, but they're going to get hurricane winds across the entire western side of the island. We'll see how far east the hurricane force winds get. Now, gusts of over 74 miles an hour, absolutely in Kingston, right? Gusts will probably be even over 100 miles in Kingston, miles per hour, but it's just whether we get the actual core winds that are sustained of a Cat 1 or Cat 2 variety in Kingston. A little bit farther east, this is the only area, Portland and St. Thomas parishes, that might avoid the sustained hurricane force winds, but still likely to see some gusts above 74 miles an hour. But this trajectory, because if it does turn north and east, just even subtly, it's just going to pull more of the core winds through the heart of the island. Then again, anywhere along the center and east of the landfall, that storm surge is forecast to be 9 to 13 feet and probably higher in some areas, and not accounting the wave action and not accounting the swells as well. And then you've got 15 to 25 inches of rain, central and western sides of the island, and maybe 15 to 30 inches of rain out east. Hey, David, how are you? Big friend of the channel, always jumps into the comments, always says Jamaica is in the house. David, wishing the best for you. Everyone tuning in for Jamaica, my thoughts and my prayers are with you guys. I'm going to do what I can to get you through this storm, to give you the information. Again, we talked about it the last several days. We hope for the best, but we do prepare for the worst. And unfortunately, the sobering truth for Jamaica today is that we are going to see the worst. We have not only a Category 5, but we have a high-end Category 5 that has shown no signs of trying to weaken overnight. Winds are still 175 miles an hour, 175, guys. Pressure is 901, and I'm concerned it might slip a little bit farther. We'll see what the 8 o'clock advisory comes. I'm sure it'll be out very shortly. And again, still creeping by hurricane standards at only 5 miles an hour. Yes, it's finally picked up a little bit of forward speed, but you got to think about how long the impacts are going to be over the island. Not only with the wind and the storm surge, but the amount of rain that is likely to fall. We've already had inches and inches of rain ahead of the storm, and now it's just going to be coming down in sheets for a long period of time, even behind the storm. It's not as if the rain just gets cut off with a snap. There's south winds behind the storm that will continue to feed in some moisture over the island. It could be well into tomorrow morning before the rain really begins to try and subside a little bit. Thank you, God bless says, I am in Kingston, Mountain View, landslider as what are coming true, floor in the house, strong winds. All right, already getting that. All right, thank you very much. Landfall again is likely to be probably in about 4 hours. Excuse me real quick, by the way, guys. All right. One of my contacts just letting me know what's going on here. We're going to try and talk to Justin in Treasure Beach here in a little bit. But what he is telling me right now is that Gray Bay currently, Treasure Beach area, southwest side of the island, very high waves and high frequency, meaning that they're, the periods in between the waves are very short in time. Very loud from the waves and the wind. No major trees down as of yet. Rain is coming in through the shutters, so he's busy squeegeeing. Was definitely a loud and rough night. And as most folks and most residents on Jamaica, probably getting very poor sleep. So again, we're going to try and check in here with Justin in a little bit as well. So appreciate that. Well, I got a little bit of rest, but that's not what matters. What matters is being on and covering this storm for you guys. If you don't mind, though, I will be joining you and having a little bit of coffee this morning as well. But it also helps if I do that as well, and then spit a little bit of coffee. Welcome to live streaming on YouTube. But I'll have a little bit of that to keep myself going as well. All right, Garfield Russell is in Manchester. Well, he is not on the beach. Let me be clear about that, okay? He is inland some. What he has been doing is walking down to the beach and getting us video. But he's not, I think what he's doing right now is just getting down to the beach and taking a look and then coming back up. He seems like someone who is going to be very safe with things as well, but he's just trying to give us some of that information, but he is not on the beach full time. Crean is in Clarendon, still has the light, that's good. You're welcome, Jennifer. How are you? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So when we look at timing real quick, guys, we're going to go based off the Hurricane Center. And again, look, I know that there was some hope that we might see this storm move west. Unfortunately, what we discussed yesterday as far as the likelihood is coming true. Moving at 5 miles an hour for the southeast side of St. Elizabeth Parish, we're likely to see landfall in around 4 hours, okay? If it turns just a little bit more east, the orientation of the coastline a little bit farther south would put that storm arriving probably late in the 10 a.m. hour or early in the 11 a.m. hour. If we look at the track from there, and again, I do expect forward speed to continue to increase slightly, but if the landfall is somewhere around here across the island, you've got about 45 miles. It will probably, and this is a little bit of a rough guess, average about 7 miles an hour over the island. It's going to begin to interact with the land, right? So there's friction. There are some higher elevations across Jamaica, especially on the western side. So that will begin to disrupt the lower center of circulation with the storm. It will help to decrease the storm winds a little bit, but not significantly. But we'll probably see that eye expand a little bit as it moves inland as well. A lot of times the friction does that. The inner core gets impacted some, especially when it's moving slow, right? The longer the time it is over the island, the more the storm is interrupted. But of course, we don't want that over Jamaica because we want this storm in and out of here as fast as possible. Unfortunately, that is not likely to be the case. Even at 7 miles an hour, it is likely to be over the island itself for at least 7 hours and then exit there. So if we're looking at we're roughing it here, but about 11 a.m. landfall on the southwest side of the island, about a 6 p.m.-ish exiting of the island on the north side. So this is an all-day event. And again, that is just the core winds. There's still a lot of bad weather behind the eye as well. It won't be as significant, but unfortunately the damage will be done. Again, if you guys are tuning in from Jamaica, our thoughts are with you guys. Please get prepared for what we've been discussing as the worst case scenario. It's a sobering message to pass along, but this is going to be a historic storm on the island, and for all the wrong reasons. This is the live look from Sea Jamaica. Looks like the flat bridge camera has frozen. Looks like a lot of the cameras might be a little bit frozen as well. I mean, obviously, guys, the internet, the power is going to start to go in a lot of these areas. But on the top left-hand side of your screen, Kingston Harbor, you can clearly see the push of water already. And what I'm mentioning here about that is, right, so the water is beginning to rise with the storm surge, but you have wave action on top of the storm surge too. So you've got 9 to 13 feet of literally the storm lifting the ocean and pushing it inland, but you're even going to have some breakers on top of that. So when I say 9 to 13 feet above ground level, it's not going to even include some of the waves on top, which will add to that number. let's go over some of the graphics I have for you guys. Again, this hasn't changed at all. Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding is going to be moving into the island. Historic rainfall totals in a lot of areas. The storm surge is also going to be life-threatening. And even portions of the northern coastline is likely to see feet of storm surge as well. And we'll look at that coming up. The infrastructure damage is likely to be extensive, if not total in some areas. So unfortunately, we're looking at losing power and other utilities for what could be a very long duration of time. Not just days, but in some areas, potentially weeks. All right. The amount of rain that is going to fall will lead to landslides and mudslides in many areas. That will wash out roadways. And in some instances, that will isolate communities, right? So we talked about being prepared with non-perishable foods, with bottled water, with your medicine, anything that you need if you're going to be isolated for days to survive this storm afterwards. Because again, without power, we can't pump gas, and travel could be restricted, if not even possible. Obviously, we're protecting our pets. Hopefully, we've secured all of the loose or lightweight objects. But because when we're talking about 175-mile-an-hour winds, okay, if it comes in anywhere near that and we're running out of time for anything different from that to happen, we're likely to get lightweight and even medium weight objects to basically be flying projectiles. You know, when I worked in Oklahoma City, we were talking about the tornadoes. You know, this is the kind of winds that tornadic activity would bring, and they strip bark from trees to give you an idea of the amount of wind and the damage that it could bring. And they take 2x4s and other objects and they just throw them into buildings and cars and other trees where you see branches from other trees impaled into the trunks of other trees. This is all likely to happen with this storm. When you're talking about 175-mile-an-hour sustained winds with those core winds, all right? You know, I think the level of destruction that this storm can bring is hard to even describe visually. So please keep that in mind. We'll get to everything else that I've come up with, including some of the potential impacts as far as storm surge in just a minute. But I do want to keep an eye on this 8 a.m. advisory. I want to make sure I give you guys the newest information. So we do have the 8 a.m. advisory. Let's get into it. Okay, the 8 a.m. advisory, the headlines are: the eye of extremely dangerous Category 5 Melissa approaching western Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge expected on the island today. Fortunately, the winds have not changed. They are now at 175, or still at 175. And, you know, as I mentioned, I thought this storm would be moving at 7 miles an hour, and that's what the Hurricane Center has it now. It is moving north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. That is going to put landfall within 4 hours, potentially even closer to 3. And the pressure is still 901 millibars. So the only change from 5 o'clock, unfortunately, is that we just have a little bit of an increase in forward speed. So we'll get the core winds coming in a little bit earlier, and unfortunately, even just 7 mile an hour wind, speed is still going to keep the core of the storm over the island for over 7 hours. We'll see if that speed picks up a little bit more. No changes with any of the hurricane warnings or watches. We still have that for Jamaica, Southeast, Cuba, the Southeastern and the Central Bahamas, the hurricane watch and the tropical storm warning for Turks and Caicos. The tropical storm warning for Haiti continues, and the Cuban province of La Tuna is also under a tropical storm warning. Again, winds of 175. Little change in strength is expected before Melissa makes landfall on Jamaica. Melissa is expected to reach Jamaica and southwest Cuba as an extremely dangerous major hurricane, and it will still be hurricane strength as it moves through the southern Bahamas. We still have this same wind field as well. It's been so concentric. 30 miles from the center, and we'll look at that, are going to be your hurricane force winds. 200 miles from the center, roughly, you have tropical storm force conditions. So the entire island will get into high-end tropical storm conditions. It's only if the farthest east side of the island avoids hurricane force winds, sustained, but gusts are still likely in that variety. The Norman Manley International Airport in Kingston had a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Also, during the past few hours, Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay has had a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust. And you can see those numbers on your screen right now. And obviously, hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are in and out of this storm. So I'll do a real quick edit here. North-northeast at 7. It's quite, I don't know, surreal when I type this up to be putting these numbers for you guys. The fact that we're a couple of hours away from landfall on Jamaica, and I'm putting in a storm that has 175-mile-an-hour sustained winds. All right, so those are the 8 a.m. numbers. I'll jump back into the chat. Again, if you guys don't mind, I'm having a little bit of coffee with you this morning. Good morning, Mario. Some rain in Fajardo, Puerto Rico. Good morning, Spanish Town area. Through the night, we had some heavy howling winds and light rain. Yeah, Josh, this is going to be about as high-end, as historic as we're unfortunately going to see. And Maria has no electricity right now in Spanish Town. Swordfish says it is a really bad situation. Yes, in St. Thomas, bracing for Melissa's wrath. Unfortunately, it is a bad situation. You know, there's just no two ways about it, guys. You know, the level of destruction on Jamaica is going to be historic in so many ways. And it's tough. It's tough to sit here and talk to you guys about that. You know, saw my son this morning before he went to school, you know, and he asked me, he's, you know, why are you up so early? And you know, he knew that the storm was likely approaching the island. And I just told him, I said, I got to go on and talk to my friends here on the island and let them know what's happening, you know, and I said, just, you know, feel blessed and you know, and appreciative today, because the only thing that these people have done is they're just in the wrong place at the wrong time with this storm. You know, that's the only thing that's happening right now, but they are going to have their lives significantly impacted. And that is going to be the situation today. All right, so some of the things that I put together for you guys this morning, and this is basically just going to be a straight storm tracking live stream, obviously. But based on the timing, you know, that I saw before I came on the air, the arrival of the hurricane force winds will hit the southwest coastline this morning. And that's going to be Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth and Manchester and Clareton and likely a lot of St. Catherine as well, okay? It's probably about as far east as the core winds will get. And we'll look at some of the measurements as far as the distance and, you know, kind of equating where we expect these winds to be. But late morning, landfall, southwest side of the island. 7-mile-an-hour speed right now, which might increase a little bit, but we'll go with the 7. So about a 7-hour-ish time frame with the core of the storm over the island. So even into the early afternoon hours, it's northern sides of St. Elizabeth and Manchester and getting into, you know, St. James and Trelawney and St. Anne parishes, and then just working its way through into the north central part of the island and then offshore by late morning or, excuse me, late afternoon or early evening, right? And then pushing on by. Now that is the arrival of the hurricane force winds. All right, we're going to be in the core of those winds the entire time. And then even behind the storm, while not as strong, there could still be significant tropical storm conditions deep into this evening, if not even overnight. We're not going to be completely done with this storm at least until early tomorrow. And there could even be some feeder bands on the back end moving through the island during the daylight hours of your Wednesday. Looking at the impacts for the central and the eastern sides of the island, again, you know, I've got winds up to 160 here, but we know that wherever landfall is, we're likely up to 175, right? There's not going to be a ton of areas that see 175, but that's the possibility. Now, again, you know, for the Kingston area, we're likely to be just under these values based on where the landfall is likely to occur, but gusts over 100 miles an hour are likely, okay? And then closer to where the storm is tracking with a bit of an easterly turn as it crosses the island, you know, St. Anne, even western sides of St. Mary parishes could see 120 to 140 mile an hour winds. The storm will lose a little bit of strength with the friction, interaction, the land interaction, right? Trying to rip apart a little bit of the inner workings of the storm at the lower levels. But again, it's such a monster storm. While there'll be some impacts, you know, appreciably again, if it gets knocked down to 140 over the island, you know, how much of a change is that really going to bring to the level of devastation we're unfortunately going to see? On the eastern side of the island, 15 to 30 inches of rain, 375 to 750 millimeters, right? I hope we're on the lower end of that band, but it is certainly possible that we get 20, 25 inches of rain and locally higher in some spots. And that does include Portland and St. Thomas parishes and St. Andrew and Kingston, St. Catherine and St. Mary. And then the other big issue for the southern coastline, including Port Royal and Kingston and Old Harbor and places like that, is going to be the significant storm surge. Remember, now that landfall is going to be west of this area, on the east side of the storm, this is all going to be southerly winds pushing the water like a wall right into the southern coastline. So that storm surge, which is going to inundate a lot of areas well inland in some spots, is going to be life-threatening and catastrophic. I can't overstate what this can do to coastal areas, right? Because not only is this water coming in, but it can be moving very quickly. There could be a lot of rushing water, and you combine that with the rainfall in the area as well, and there's nowhere for that water to go, all right? But up, by the way, right? So that's why, again, you know, I hope everyone in coastal areas of St. Catherine and St. Andrew, Kingston parishes have evacuated those spots. Now on the western side, west of where we have the storm moving in, so that would be for, at this point in time, the western side of St. Elizabeth Parish and into Westmoreland, probably 120 to 140 mile an hour winds. But let me be clear, based on that track, we are likely to see hurricane force winds and significant hurricane force winds through the entire western side of the island, right? You know, if the hurricane force winds extend about 30 miles from the center, that is likely to encompass all of the area, including Montego Bay, Lucy Negril, Savlamar, Treasure Beach, Black River areas, and then through Cambridge and Falmouth and other interior sections, you know, into interior St. Elizabeth and the southern sides of Trelawney and St. James as well. So 10 to 20 inches of rain, locally up to 25, a storm surge west of the eye of 6 to 9 feet. Still extremely significant, still catastrophic as well. And then up towards Montego Bay, so portions of coastal Hanover and into St. James parishes, we're likely to see a storm surge here of around 2 to 4 feet. There's also a possibility as well on the northeast side of the island to get a bit of storm surge here. The winds will be coming out of the east, so it is going to depend on the orientation of the shoreline on the eastern side, but a couple of feet of water coming in with the winds is not out of the question as well. Time of arrival of tropical storm force winds. They're here across the island now. They'll begin to move into southeast Cuba later today, especially overnight. Hurricane force winds come in again, maybe late this evening or overnight into Wednesday with significant flooding. Still a major hurricane as it hits southeast Cuba, and then more than likely a Category 2 as it moves through the Bahamas late tomorrow and into early on Thursday. This is the arrival of the tropical storm force winds, so the first part of the impacts of the storm arriving through the Bahamas, probably early to mid-afternoon on Wednesday, and then the weather beginning to go downhill from that as well. Someone asked about Montego Bay and Negril. Hopefully I answered that question with what we just talked about. And again, our Google DeepMind, now this is a little bit older, but just to show you that, when we were looking at it yesterday, unfortunately, the track that it had is going to hold true. Let's check back in with the cameras from Jamaica. It is back up and running right now, flat bridge. The water is over the bridge. Now what happened with Beryl is you start to get all that debris, and you can see some of that debris already coming in, and it gets stuck underneath the span, and then it starts to pile up on top of the span, and it just becomes like a dam. And so already, well before landfall, look at the amount of water. Same thing at Kingston Harbor, a lot of water coming in, rushing in with some white caps there, just the turned up conditions. And still have a bit of a calm before the storm on the other cameras. Now, if you look on the bottom right-hand side in West Parade, the winds are freshening up a bit. But right along the coast, we're still getting these 50-mile-an-hour winds. But this is probably the last hour or two, before the winds really begin to pick up in some of those other areas. All right, let me jump back over to the chat. Yeah, first of all, please share this live stream with anyone who you think might get something out of it. Again, appreciate you all tuning in. I know it is early on a Tuesday morning here, but I wanted to jump on and make sure that I was on well before we actually had landfall, because look, conditions across the island are only going to get worse, right? This storm is making a headway towards the island. It's picking up a little bit of forward speed, but it is still creeping by hurricane standards at just 7 miles an hour. But we're now getting within a few hours of landfall. I'm gonna, give me 1 second here, guys. It is difficult to absorb and watch. This is a very tough day. First of all, if you're on the island, right, it's an extremely difficult situation knowing what you're going to have to go through, not only during today, but for the weeks and months, of rebuilding, not only just, the infrastructure, but your lives. I mean, this is life-altering kind of storm. And again, for the kids on the island, I know it's hard to do. We're all anxious, but we need to have that steady voice and that reassuring voice for the younger kids who may not fully understand, what is approaching. Again, don't lie to them. You have to be very honest with them, but let them know that, you're watching out for them, that you guys are going to get through the storm together, and that, the sun will rise tomorrow, and that, there will be better days ahead, because this memory will be with them for a lifetime, just like it will be for you guys. Junction St. Elizabeth experiencing strong winds and rain. It's been pretty windy all night in Portmore, very gusty. And again, we're a little bit east of where we're likely to see even the most intense winds. The east side of the eye is more destructive because, again, when we have a storm in the northern hemisphere, the winds are going to be counterclockwise around it, right? the winds are going to be counterclockwise around the storm. So the winds associated with the storm and the storm motion are going in the same direction. So it's a net positive to the wind on the east side of the storm during landfall of a storm like this. With the storms coming out of the north on the western side, the storm winds are in direct opposite of the storm motion. So it's a net negative. So you have slightly lower winds west of the center and stronger winds out to the east. And always, again, the front right quadrant of these storms, which, as I've mentioned so many times in our live streams the last couple of days, is the part of Melissa that has impacted Jamaica the most over the last couple of days and will continue to be the area that impacts Jamaica the most with this orientation of the landfall. Is going to have your most significant winds, your highest rainfall totals, and the expansive wind field as well. The winds typically are a little bit stronger in a farther distance from the eye, the farther east, and a little bit more confined on the western side. But this storm is massive. There is no chinks in the armor with it. It's just a huge, devastating storm. Good morning. All right. So if we take our center line as where we're going to see landfall, and again, let's be clear about a couple of things. This is a large eye. So it's not as if there's going to be one little point of landfall. I mean, landfall is going to be over a 10-mile area. I mean, this eye is huge for a Cat 5 hurricane. I mean, I'm being generous to say that it's only about 16 miles wide. It's a massive eye. Typically, they're more about 10 miles wide. So landfall about here. We go 30 miles-ish, and I'm going to go about 35 because I am concerned about the wind field expanding a bit near landfall. That happens a lot with these powerful hurricanes, right? They have a lot of energy and they start to get that friction. And the one thing that they like to do, you know, as that friction begins to influence the low levels of the storm, is that wind field expands a bit. You know, what we're likely to see here as that begins to happen is that eye open up just slightly. So at 35 miles from the storm, you are going to get the core winds to be as far east as the Maypen area, close to Hayes, certainly Mandeville included in that. So all of Manchester and most of Clarendon parishes, right? St. Catherine, St. Andrew, Kingston, again, hurricane gusts are very likely to get gusts approaching or even over 100 miles an hour, right? But the strongest winds will likely stay west of you by a little bit. But with this storm being so big, it's not going to shock me if there are some wind values, even in the eastern side of the island, that we're not expecting, all right? But likely to stay west of Kingston for the core hurricane winds. Now again, if we look out west, so if we go from kind of this 5 dot here, which by the way, again, this is sobering, guys. 167 mile an hour winds, maximum wind gusts of 201 miles an hour on this red dot. You know, again, we're still expecting this storm to be Cat 5 as it crosses over the island, at least over the first few hours. So if we go from here out east, about 30 miles, right? You definitely get the core winds over Savlamar and over Cambridge and probably down the road, Montego Bay. We'll look at that. It'll be close when its closest approach is here. But we're going to get hurricane winds in Lucy and Negril as well, okay? That's going to happen. Let me do this real quickly as well. I'm just going to drop off this. We all know we're under a hurricane warning. So towards Lucy and Negril. So even the western sides of Hanover and Westmoreland parishes are likely to see extremely significant winds. Now this bending north and east, unfortunately, is not far enough away to keep Montego Bay out of that core wind. Now that storm will be weakened a little bit, but not much. So significant winds are likely through all of Hanover and St. James, and of course Trelawney and St. Anne as we get closer to the storm within that distance. And anywhere within 25 to 30 miles from this storm on the west side and 30 to 35 miles on the east side are likely to experience the core winds. So Ocho Rios down the road, based on this track, would be into the core winds as well. Basically anywhere within this cone of uncertainty. Anywhere that you guys see these lines from the Hurricane Center on the east and west side, that's where I would expect those core winds to be with a massive, massive storm. Well, first of all, to answer the question of will it hit Portland, the storm is going to impact the entire island significantly. Portland, St. Thomas parishes are likely to be the areas that won't see the most significant wind, but you guys still could see some hurricane force gusts, and the amount of rain that will fall over the eastern sides of the area will still produce catastrophic landslides and mudslides in some areas and localized flash flooding for many. So while the east parishes won't get the most significant winds, there are other extremely significant impacts that are coming in with the storm. Good morning. Living southwest St. Anne, it's been raining with a lot of wind since yesterday. The winds have picked up since daybreak. No. There's no area that's going to be saved. We know that. There are differences in the potential impacts, but all of this is extreme. All of this is life-threatening. You need to take this storm as seriously as you've ever taken any storm. Again, we'll be checking in with these cameras from time to time. Again, you can just see, the biggest thing I see from these cameras right now is just the water, right? The water rushing into Kingston Harbor, the water over Flat Bridge already, and just building. And we're just getting started. We're just starting to see that wall of water begin to move in. And you can see all of the debris, with Beryl last time, we basically, all of the, span below Flat Bridge was completely clogged in debris, and it actually started to pile up over the bridge, and it looked like it was like a wood pile. It was unbelievable the amount of tree and other debris that were just piled up on Flat Bridge after Beryl and the water receded. Okay. Is there any questions I can answer while we're here? Again, we have our moderators in the chat like Farah. Appreciate her coming in and helping to answer questions. Based on the 7-mile-an-hour forward speed right now, landfall is likely to be somewhere in the 10 to 11 a.m. time frame. It will just depend a little bit on exactly where that is because the orientation of, excuse me here, guys. All right, give me 1 second here. Sorry about that. I have something flip-flopped on the back end. And so all right, now I need to be able to see myself though. Okay. Sorry about that. Technically, I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Really what happened is I've got something flip-flopped, and so I thought I was looking at one thing and I was really looking at the other. Just want to make sure I got that situated. Yeah, look, landfall is likely to be 10 to 11 a.m. on the southwest side of the island. It will depend on exactly where landfall is, because obviously if it creeps a little bit farther to the east, or part of that island of Jamaica sticks out a little bit closer to the actual eye, if it moves a little bit farther west into St. Elizabeth Parish, you know, Black River and west, it might be held back just a little bit. But this storm, unfortunately, is coming, and is coming with some catastrophic impacts of all variety. You know, the other thing about this too is that, you know, Jamaica has a radar, and I'm not sure that radar is going to survive this storm. There's a lot of times we get landfalling hurricanes, and, you know, radars are on pedestals, right? They're higher up than the terrain, so they can shoot without cutting through that terrain, right? They have to be able to be at an elevation. And so they're extremely susceptible to winds. And so there are so many instances in the United States and other areas where with a landfalling hurricane, we lose our weather radars. Hope that's not the case, but when we're talking about infrastructure damage, you know, that's something that comes to mind, is that, you know, there is a high likelihood that we're going to have some damage from that radar. Sometimes, you know, it can damage the radome, which looks like the soccer ball around the actual radar itself, or the actual pedestal, or, you know, the structure that it sits on literally gets toppled in the storm. Well, again, Sylvia, for our friends in the Bahamas, you know, this storm is not going to be arriving until later tomorrow, but we do have our hurricane warnings up, and I'm going to be keeping a really close eye for you guys. You know, there will be some breezy conditions in the Bahamas today, but nothing bad. Again, you guys need to be preparing in the Bahamas for hurricane conditions starting late tomorrow and through early on Thursday, perhaps. And again, heavy rainfall of around 5 to 10 inches, which can lead to some flooding. So you need to be preparing right now for the possibility of seeing some loss of utilities and some flooding conditions there. And I promise you, I want to have a live stream for the Bahamas as well as we get into tomorrow and Thursday. But obviously right now, our focus is, of course, going to be on Jamaica and down the road. I'll, you know, continue to mention other areas that will be impacted by the storm. But imminently right now, we are going to have significant impacts coming into Jamaica. Well, from time to time, we'll look at what's going on with some of the cameras that we have access to, David, to answer your question. Grazy says, surprise, surprise, every single model was wrong yesterday. Actually, every single model was right. I'm not sure what you were looking at, but everything we looked at yesterday had this storm doing exactly this, you know. I will push back and say that actually all of the information from the models and from, you know, the spaghetti plots of the tropical models that we were looking at, and from the Hurricane Center's track, were all showing a landfall in western Jamaica, not only just yesterday, but days in advance. Well, again, to answer your question or to discuss it, Dan, yes, the eastern side of the island might see the least amount of the impacts, but this storm is still yet to move in with the worst of it by any stretch of the imagination. We're still just getting started right now. And on the west side of the island, if this storm is coming in with winds of 175 miles an hour, it's hard to even discuss what kind of damage that's going to be causing. You're talking about total destruction in portions of the western side of the island, even the central side of the island near the center of circulation. unfathomable damage, total destruction, a loss of infrastructure of all kinds, right? This is going to be one of, if not the most impactful hurricane that Jamaica has ever seen. You have to take this seriously. No doubt the wind impact will be felt worse on the western side of the island, but the rain impact and the storm surge impact will be felt across all of the island and on the southern sides with the storm surge. So the amount of water that is still to come in, again, if you look to the eastern part, we're just beginning to spread in some of the core. But this is a monster storm that is well wider than the actual island. All right. Estimated landfall 10 to 11 o'clock local time, right? Based on a 7-mile-per-hour forward speed. So we're about 21 miles from the southern coastline of St. Elizabeth Parish, which would put it about 3 hours from now. So yeah, somewhere in that 10 to 11, just depending on if it wants to turn a little bit more east, the shoreline's a little bit closer, but we're within a few hours of landfall right now, guys. Check back in with some of the live cameras. Again, it's just amazing to see the water action already, right? Kingston Harbor and the Flatbridge area. You can see the camera really beginning to shake there in Halfway Tree. The winds are freshening in these areas, and near the coastline in Kingston, the Port Royal area, we're getting 50-mile-an-hour winds. That hasn't translated to that much wind so far inland, but those power lines are already beginning to dance well ahead of any of the more significant winds. The lightning in the eye is significant. The fact that it is that convective right now. I'm not sure this storm can deepen much more, but it is certainly showing no signs of trying to weaken either, right? Showing no signs of trying to weaken whatsoever. And that's the problem. The Hurricane Center said, look, we've run out of time for this thing to try and weaken. We had just a big flare up there. I wanted to see if the hurricane hunters were transmitting, and they are. So if you guys know, I do have access to live data from the hurricane hunters. So they're on the southeast side of the storm by probably 50 or 60 miles. And it does look like they're moving into the storm. They are. So your plot's up here. So 54-mile-an-hour surface winds. About 35, 36 miles from the storm on the southeast side, right? Again, winds are going to be stronger on the northeast side. But we'll see what more than likely, at some point in time soon, they'll be making a core punch if they can. You can imagine being in one of these hurricane hunter aircraft and knowing you're about ready to go into 175-mile-an-hour winds with some gusts over 200. But that's what they do. So let's see here. There was a question. Can you give the beginning hurricane watcher a rundown on the top 4 or 5 threats that the hurricane will pose to human life and why? Sure, right? Obviously, when you're talking about a storm that has winds at the center of 175 miles an hour, I mean, if you try and even imagine what a sustained wind like that would do to your area, you understand the wind destruction that can come with this storm, right? And it doesn't have to even be nearly this strong. I mentioned it before that if a structure is going to fail in 175 mile an hour winds, it'll fail in 150 mile an hour winds, and is likely to fail in 125 mile an hour winds and even less. So you get to a point where practically there's not much difference in the top end winds of a storm, right? The other thing about this storm is that it's massive in size. It is several hundred miles wide, right? Tropical storm force winds, those are winds sustained over 39 miles an hour, extend more than 200 miles from the center. So you just have a lot of wind impact across the entire area. The most significant wind is always going to be near your core and near the center of the storm and east. The other thing about this storm is that it's moving very slowly, right now at only 7 miles an hour. So we've had a lot of rain in some areas already, and now we're going to really get into some significant rain throughout the day today. This is going to lead to 15, 20, 25 inches of rain in a large area over Jamaica, leading to catastrophic land and mudslides and significant flash flooding and fast moving water. You're going to wash out roads in this situation as well, okay? And then on the shoreline, especially on the east side of the storm with south winds around a counterclockwise rotating storm, you're going to have a wall of water. Literally the hurricane, because it has such a low pressure relative to other areas, lifts the ocean. It pulls the ocean up from that area of low pressure and drives a wall of water inland. And storm surge can be the most significant and deadly factor in a hurricane. And the overall number one deadly factor is actually the flooding. All right. Yes, the winds can cause loss of life, but by a vast margin, it is the flooding with these storms that causes the most significant loss of life. Right. But think about two men on top of each other with that, just literally a wall of water coming inland east of where the center of circulation is. Okay. And then after the storm, right, you know, you have to have enough food and water, your medicine, the things that you need to be, you know, to keep safe for days, if not even weeks, depending on your community and how isolated you could be cut off from a storm like this. I can't pull up the spaghetti models from yesterday. Just go back and look at my live stream. I mean, everything we talked about was this storm heading right there. Spaghetti models have always, you know, you're always going to get an outlier or two, but the spaghetti models were always over there. We mentioned that all 50 ensemble members of the Google DeepMind always had a landfall. Good morning, Blue Goose. I hope you're doing well. Crops will be damaged, no doubt about it. Looks like Westmoreland, Sav area is going to get hit bad. Unfortunately, it does. Yes, I would expect them again to be close enough to landfall where they will see, you know, the core winds on the west side. So that's probably winds up to 120 miles an hour, you know, based on this storm. And it's going right down the center line from the hurricane center at this point. And hi, Shireen. Appreciate you becoming a supporter. Thank you so much for that. Again, the most important information right now, my friends, is to just get to spread the word, right? So I appreciate you guys liking. I appreciate you guys subscribing. I appreciate all of the support. Also, do me a favor and make sure you're sharing this channel with anyone who thinks is going to get anything out of it, right? Because the time to understand what's happening is now, especially before we lose power. You know, more and more of you in the chat are beginning to show that you're losing power from time to time. It is grid specific, but hopefully the power stays up as long as possible on the island. Hopefully you've got batteries and you've charged them and you're ready to go to have as much power as you possibly can past when the storm arrives. So appreciate you being a member of the channel there, Shireen. Can you guys hear my stomach? If it would like to calm down, I'd appreciate it. All right, let's go back to the cameras from See Jamaica. You guys can always go to See Jamaica on YouTube as well if you'd like to check out some of their live cameras. We'll be monitoring the situation again. You know, the wind's just beginning to freshen up on all of these cameras. Still nothing crazy. You know, the water coming in is right now kind of the biggest thing that sticks out to me. The fact that Flat Bridge is already covered and a lot of debris is already flowing at this point in time. Power went out at 6:30, you got it. Possible impacts to Spanish Town, you know, likely to see some hurricane force gusts in Spanish Town, certainly sustained tropical storm force winds, what could be 10 to 20 inches of rain, and a lot of water south of the area there piling up from the storm surge. But you factor everything in, the inundation of water in a lot of areas is likely to be significant, even around Spanish Town. And you guys know exactly those areas that flood first in the lowest areas, and those areas will have significant amounts of water. My pleasure, by the way. And again, your all's handles are up now, so I appreciate that NDE word. Good morning, Sabrina. How are you? It's getting bad from Savamore to Grill. A lot of rain and wind and no power. You know, that's the other problem too. Again, you know, the loss of the power, and you just don't know if it's going to come back on today during the storm, and then you don't know how long it might stay off for. Right? Could be days, could be weeks. Hi, B. Thanks for becoming a supporter. Let's get the hearts out in chat for B as well. Welcome to the channel. Appreciate you supporting the channel in that way. And again, if you want to become a member, that's the join button. And you can look at the tiers that are available there as well. But appreciate all the support. It is time for another Couple Joe. I've got mine. Again, I say if you guys don't mind me joining you, I appreciate that. Hello, Andrea. Blessing, Sir Rusty. The winds and rain in Kingston was crazy about an hour ago, but surprisingly calm now. Is this normal? Great question, and it is. Because what we're getting right now are some of the outer feeder bands or these squalls coming in from the storm. And it won't be consistent until the eye gets a little bit closer. And even in Kingston, because we're a little bit farther away from the eye, it will still be coming in bands. So what you're going to see is as those squalls or those feeder bands move into your area, they're just going to get worse and worse and worse. The winds are going to be stronger with them. They're going to be more consistent, and the rain is going to be heavier. And then for a time, we're going to be in that environment for potentially hours in a row before it begins to alleviate a bit. But, you know, again, here in the Port Royal area, the wind did get up to 60 miles an hour and has come back down a little bit. Still very fresh there, but it has calmed down a bit. You know, Montego Bay had over 50-mile-an-hour winds. I hope we haven't lost that sensor. I'm always concerned about that happening during the storm. But, you know, last check, they had the east wind there, gusting up to 54. A tornado threat, you know, there's always some rotating storms, so it's not out of the question. You know, some water spouts and potentially there. Now, you know, there are enough terrain differences here on the western side of Jamaica where it's harder for any of that circulation to be uninterrupted to produce that, but the threat is not zero. Certainly water spout activity south of the island. No electricity in Clarendon. So again, another area beginning to lose some of the electricity. Yeah, Maria, it can be months, you know. I don't want to sit here and try and guess, but certainly it's a possibility, you know, days, weeks, potentially in some infrastructure areas, months. I mean, obviously the rebuilding process as well. Again, my friends, this is as catastrophic and life-threatening in portions of Jamaica as we're going to see from a storm, right? Certain areas will get through the storm okay, especially with the winds on the east side of the island. Still expecting some hurricane-force gusts to potentially reach even Portland and St. Thomas parishes. But when we're talking about the wind profile of the storm, you are looking at a direct, significant impact to the southwest, western, and north central sides of the island, and even into the south central too, right? When we're talking about 175 mile an hour winds, which even 30 miles from the center are likely to be over 100 miles an hour with higher gusts, all right? So we'll see how long the sensor in Kingston lasts, but we've already had winds freshen up to near 60 miles an hour. And if this sensor can hold on for us, we're likely to see those winds go much higher than that, potentially even gusts at or above 100 miles an hour, even as far east as Kingston. I hope the pressure is not going to be reset at 893. But considering the convective nature of this eye and the inner eye structure, a lowering of the pressure is not all right, so this, all right. They are in the core right now. All right, so you see these three purple dots? That's live recon data. We can look at that. The farthest right one, holy crap. Guys, 186 mile an hour surface winds derived. Oh my God. And then they get into the eye, and even here in that top left-hand one, but they just punched the core with 186. Jesus. I don't know what they'll reset it to. That doesn't necessarily mean that they will go that low, but it's a scary thought. It's a scary thought that the hurricane hunters have seen that from this storm right now. What we need to keep an eye out for, guys, and you guys can help me do this, is that when a storm gets this close to land and the hurricane hunters are interrogating the storm the entire time, the Hurricane Center will put out updates at any point in time. They will just, as soon as they get information they need to pass along, because we're talking about a landfalling storm, they're going to do that. So help me look for updates on the Hurricane Center website. If you do see that, let me know. All right. But the fact that we are potentially even seeing a stronger storm is frightful. Again, so this dot right here at 8:36, so 11 minutes ago, 7:36 local time in Jamaica, right? So you have where they moved through the storm, a wind speed of 123, which gives you a derived 10-second maximum wind speed at the surface of 186, okay? You know, even as they get into the core of the eye, they're still picking up near hurricane force winds. I mean, even out in this clear. And that is the last frame. So they were punching that storm right there just about 11 minutes ago. So I mean, you know, back it up to right about here, that's where it was. Look at all that lightning. Yep. Gusts would be probably 210, 215, maybe 220. Guys, yeah. Oh man, everyone just has to take this storm as seriously as possible. I'm going to try and call our friend Justin here. Let's see if we can get him on the phone. He's in Treasure Beach, or the Treasure Beach area. I'm going to give it a shot. He says Digicel's been going in and out. All right, we'll try them again later. So now we have even more plot points. So you can clearly see that they have wanted to keep a very close eye on the core of this storm. So I'm just going to literally move my cursor around and we'll see what we get here. Now again, they are in the eye for the most part. But let's see if we pick up anything near that 186. If we see a derived pressure lower than 901, again, this is all in the eye. Even there, they had 75-mile-an-hour winds. You know, 696 aircraft pressure. It's very steady, 696, 697. Again, I don't have a derived number from the drop zones on this information, but that's likely to be lower in pressure than what we're seeing right now. All right. Yeah, he's got generator and backup power too, but Treasure Beach was already flooding. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, you know, that's the case. The water that's going to be pushed with this storm is going to be significant. It has not made landfall. We're a couple of hours from that, guys. Elizabeth says crazy weather in Treasure Beach. Thanks, Sales Only. Appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, this is, if you want to equate that, there are, if you want to equate this, the winds coming in with the storm, if it is 175 or God forbid even higher than that, it is a high-end tornado wind. The problem is that, you know, and again, I worked in Oklahoma City for 7 years. I've seen exactly what an EF5 tornado can do. They're a mile, mile and a half, 2 miles wide at the very bottom. I mean, the monster wedge tornadoes, a couple of miles wide at most. This is a storm that has 175-mile winds, at least several miles, if not 5 to 10 miles from the center, and significant winds in the Category 3 or hurricane force winds higher, 20, 25, 30 miles from the center. And again, that's just one part of this storm, right? You know, how much storm surge is it going to bring? How much rain is it going to bring? Let me see if we get any new information from these hurricane hunters. All right, I think that's still the same plots. So what will happen is they'll transmit kind of like clusters, right? And I'll be able to see that. But all of this, as we just saw, is all in the eye. So we'll see what again, they have pre-planned flights, but what they're likely doing is just sampling the lowest pressure, which is why they're in the actual eye right now. And again, if you guys have ever seen some of the pictures from the hurricane hunters when they're in that eye, I mean, it is clear and sunny as can be. And then you've just got this dome of thunderstorm activity surrounding you, and all of the lightning, and then they punch through the eyewall again, and the turbulence that they can experience and everything is outright significant. Roof come off in Treasure Beach. Elizabeth, is that your home? No power in rural Montego Bay. Thank you, Sales Only. I appreciate that. They have a very hardened aircraft, I think is the easiest way to say that. They're flying, by the way, at a flight level that's so high sometimes that they experience hail. So they have to be able to have a aircraft that can withstand hailstones pounding on the aircraft as it punches through. Some of them are old C-130s, if you want to look them up. The aircraft has now a jet that can do some of the higher elevation. Can't go through the core of the storm, but the old school C-130s are the ones that punch through. And again, they literally have these cylinders called drop zones, and they have a hatch at the bottom of the aircraft where they pop it open. They take that drop zone and they drop it, and they literally just it's just a cylinder of weather sensors. They let it fall through the storm all the way to the ocean surface, and they're just recording that data the entire time, right? So that's how we can pick up the derived surface winds and the pressure and all of that, because those drop zones are so vital to get that information. No power in Weston to Grill with a heavy breeze and rain. For the question of Turks and Caicos, nothing has changed at this point in time. I'm keeping a really close eye on this storm for you. Again, you're going to want to make your preparations right now. It's a hurricane watch and a tropical storm warning for the Turks and Caicos, but conditions won't go downhill for you until very late tomorrow and early on Thursday. So I'm going to keep a really close eye for the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, Southeast Cuba. Obviously, we're going to focus with our friends in Jamaica in this destructive hurricane coming in, but down the road, I will continue to keep you guys updated, and we'll be doing some additional live streams for your area as well. But please plan and prep for potential hurricane conditions in your area, at least tropical storm conditions, right? Winds of over 39 to 74 miles an hour, potential flooding, and obviously stock up on the non-perishables, the bottled water, just in case you do lose utilities for what could be days in some of those areas as well. All right, let's go back over to the live cams from Sea Jamaica. Again, these cameras are more focused in the Kingston area. So we're a little bit farther away from the core winds here, but things are freshening up and it's going to get worse. The water is the first story. You can see that water just pushing through Kingston Bay at the top center of your screen. And again, Flatbridge is completely covered right now. Just that little bit of white churned water is where the span is. And you can see the debris still flowing right now through that area. And with Beryl, you can just see that debris moving through. With Beryl, it literally clogged the entire area under the span and ended up just piling wood and trees and any other sort of debris on top of Flatbridge. Just looked like a big wood pile at the end. Turks are probably going to get close to hurricane force conditions. It's a hurricane watch right now. They haven't upgraded it to a warning. All right, guys. Again, this storm is probably within a couple of hours of landfall. Let's go over some of the pertinent information you need to know. If you live on the island, you have to take this storm as seriously as you have any other storm, any other threat from Mother Nature because the impacts are going to be felt far and wide across the island. For anyone in the comments, and I've seen a couple who says this isn't going to be much, I hope there's some realization down the road about what is going to be occurring here on this island. Yes, there might be a few areas east that don't suffer the worst conditions, and that's fantastic, right? But there are so many areas of the island that are likely to see complete devastation from this storm. You know, it's at 175-mile-an-hour winds. If they up it even more, which is possible, this could be one of the highest hurricanes on history to ever make landfall, right? Whatever wording you want to use to pass along this information to understand what's coming, catastrophic, life-threatening, devastating, they all apply, right? The flash flooding that will occur through a vast majority of the island with the amount of rain that we are going to see. The storm surge that's already beginning to push in. Many of you have already talked about the fact, you know, the water is beginning to rise in a lot of southern coastal areas, and we're just getting started with that storm surge. The infrastructure damage, right? The essentials to living life here in 2025, you know? We take for granted the utilities, the power, and the water, and the gas. And all of that could go away for a long time. Internet as well, right? Long duration power and communication outages, days, if not weeks. And we know that there are some examples from history of where that could even be months in a couple of spots. All of that rain in some of the higher terrain across Jamaica is likely to lead to significant landslides and mudslides. Roads that will be washed away and isolation of communities, right? Some areas, the only way in and out will likely be washed away, or the debris will take a long time to clear, right? All the trees coming down, all of the other debris from, you know, destroyed infrastructure and buildings, you know, how is that going to, you know, the time it needs to be cleaned up. So you need to take this all in and understand that for a fair amount, if not the majority of Jamaica, we are likely to see some of this or all of this, especially closer to where we're going to actually have landfall, right? The timing of the hurricane force winds moving in will be later this morning on the southwest side of the island from Clarendon to Manchester, St. Elizabeth, portions of Westmoreland parishes, right? We're close enough to the center, even in Westmoreland, where we're going to get the core winds, especially on the eastern side of the parish. This could extend into portions of St. Catherine Parish as well. And then that storm at 7 miles an hour moving in a north-northeast fashion the remainder of the day. So it moves deeper into St. Elizabeth and Manchester. And we get hurricane force winds through most, if not all, of Hanover parishes, all of St. James, all of Trelawney, all of St. Anne, potentially some of St. Mary as well, pulling offshore at the very earliest late afternoon, if not even into the early evening hours. Based on a 7-mile-per-hour forward speed, in this trajectory, the storm is likely to stay over Jamaica for about 7 hours, as far as the actual eye. So again, some of the impacts that we're expecting. They have a 9 o'clock update. All right. Thank you, Fiona. Again, at any point in time, they'll issue these updates. Yep, they went to 180, guys, and a pressure of 896. I mean, I can only pass along the information. Anyone who thinks that this is a storm that is not going to cause extensive, widespread total damage, I don't know what else to say, right? You know, sometimes you have to maybe live through something to understand it, but I hope you guys do. I really do. It's why I do this, guys. Trying to get you guys the information ahead of time so you can make the best decisions that you possibly can for you, yourself, your family, property, everything. And it's extremely disheartening to see that this storm is even getting stronger. 180, guys. 180-mile-an-hour winds. All right, let's update it. Yeah, unfortunately, there was an update. So help me out, guys, because I took away. So it's 180. The pressure is 896. And Fiona, it's moving at 7. Is it still north-northeast? So 180, pressure 896. And again, I just want to make sure that it's north-northeast before I put it on the screen. Yeah, okay, north-northeast is 7. You know, I think the question is that how high can this storm get, right? You know, it's likely near whatever peak it is, but as I've mentioned so many times, the appreciable difference to destruction, practically, there's not much more, right? This storm is already so powerful, so powerful. And again, these hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are going in and out of this storm. So we'll continue to get updates from them as well. Again, live look at some of the cameras from See Jamaica. You can always check them out, See Jamaica on YouTube. That water level just continues to rise in Kingston Harbor. You can see the winds picking up there with some of that action in Flatbridge as well. And it's a little bit harder in these urban shots because, you know, trees are always going to tell the biggest story. And as that harbor shot zooms out a bit, you can see that wind beginning to whip around some of those areas. And in some of the palm trees there in the distance, in the top left-hand side of your screen, a halfway tree, you can see that the winds are freshening right now, right? You know, again, some breezy conditions to gusty conditions, but we're just getting started still in these areas. You know, Delta Flower Fly asks, do you think a concrete structure can withstand this hurricane? Possibly, right? Even a hardened concrete structure, you know, where the roof, right, is tied down in a way structurally to the frame of the building, is sometimes tough to survive when we're talking about what would be equating to an EF5 tornado. So under the direct path of the storm, unfortunately, that is somewhat of an unlikely scenario. There is a very high probability that wherever the storm goes to begin with, especially near landfall, we're going to have total devastation. You know, even hardened buildings and structures that could be leveled down to the foundation. And it's tough to say that, but that is the likelihood with a 180 mile per hour hurricane. All right. And even in outlying areas near the core winds, if we're talking about winds of 150 in some areas, you know, there's going to be a lot, if not total devastation in those areas as well. You know, the pictures that we're going to be getting from the storm are going to be very sobering in these areas that are hardest hit. No, not concrete slab roofs. I'm talking about buildings that are made of concrete. You know, at least having some structural failure, right? The first thing that happens is a lot of the times you lose roofs, right? Because the air is rushing in underneath the overhang of the roofs, and it creates kind of a lift. And so you start to see roofs get peeled away, right? Then when you're talking about 180 mile winds, you're likely going to lose windows, and then potentially some structural failures, even with concrete buildings. Now, I'm not talking about some of the larger hotels and things like that, right? But to lose some structures with these winds is not out of the question, all right? Especially anything that's wood framed or metal framed, right? Those are likely to be wiped out with this kind of storm, okay? And again, I understand that some of you are not in the most hardened shelter, and I understand, I get that. And hopefully you have found your safest location, okay? Hopefully you found the spot that you think you are most prepared for this storm, and that you've done everything that you can, because in some instances, that's all we can do, right? You know, hopefully those who felt that they weren't in a secure place has found shelter in some of the shelters that were opened up across Jamaica. You know, and we're in the place that we need to be right now. So let's take a look at the timing of this, guys. Questions about that? Again, we're getting close to landfall, probably in a couple of hours. You know, right now, we're only about 15 miles away from the southeast coast of St. Elizabeth. So we're somewhere within 2 hours of landfall, you know, if the eye brushes just south of Black River, okay? The storm itself going at 7 miles per hour. Again, based off the track. Let's bring on a couple of things here. Is likely to be over the island for about 7 hours. Now, it's going 7 miles an hour right now. So if we go off of this centerline track, we've got about 46 miles across the island. So 7 times 6 is 42. So a little bit of an increase in forward speed. We're about 6 hours over the island before it merges away. So if landfall is at about 2 hours, so it's 8 o'clock local time, say landfall is around 10 or slightly after, the core of the storm is likely to continue to impact the island through about 4 p.m. But remember, we don't want to focus solely on the eye. Yes, that is where the most destructive winds are going to be, but this is a monster hurricane where we have destructive winds well away from the center, the storm surge, and the extremely heavy rainfall that will move into the island with this as well. And again, I hope our sensors are still online in Jamaica. I know we still have Montego Bay at least. Well, no, it just dropped off. So Montego Bay had a 6 o'clock update, and they haven't. I'm just going through some of my data here to see if I can pull it back up. So we had a 7 o'clock update from the Kingston area. We did not have an 8. You know, unfortunately, these things go down, loss of power, or just the winds themselves. The winds shouldn't have been strong enough to cause a problem so far, but we'll see if they pop back online. Sorry about that. Go back over to the live cams. We'll be checking in frequently with these cameras. Again, most of them are located in the Kingston area. Top center of your screen is going to be the harbor. Top right is Flatbridge. And again, these cameras hopefully holding on. You can see the breeze there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We have Halfway Tree on the left-hand side of your screen. Crossroads in the bottom center. Hopefully that Flatbridge camera holds on. That'll be an area to see the significant water rise with the storm. Okay, good morning to my friends. I hope you're doing well. Hard breeze in Portmore. Flatbridge is washed out. I mean, is it really gone? The last time I saw it, it was there and the water was just rushing over it. I mean, it could be stronger than 180. Unfortunately, again, it may not matter much to the practical damage that it's going to bring. Let's see if the hurricane hunters have been back into this storm. All right, so here's our latest plot points. We'll look at it together. 105, 107, 69, so coming through the eye a bit here, 55, 40, right in the center, 55, 38, 43, 41, probably will pick up here in these bottom left, up to 75, 58, 82, and 47. So this is all within the eye, not punching the inner core. And again, just their last transmission, they have plans, if you will. And so they're going to be in and out of this eye, sampling the pressure, sampling the winds right through landfall, which again is likely to occur here pretty quickly on the southwest side. Yeah, the water's just rushing over the bridge. Yeah. Hey, Sir Dead Alive Better, how you doing, man? Good morning to you. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Sir Dead Alive Better. Yeah, I think that bridge is likely to survive. If it does lose, then we know exactly, what's going on. Let's see if Justin answers this time. Cell service may be gone in St. Elizabeth Parish anyway. Trying to get a hold of Alex right now. He gave us some great video near the Kingston area, St. Thomas Parish as well. But this is the problem, right? I'm just calling some contacts on the island to check in on with them, see if they can give us the latest. Imagine trying to call your family and friends on the island and you can't get through. And maybe not for a day or 2 days, but days or even weeks. So that's the problem when we start losing the infrastructure like this on the island. Yep, I know. I wasn't exactly sure what Alex had, so it was worth giving him a shot, giving him a call. seeing if he answered. So we do have the Kingston sensor still there, reporting a 47 now, right? Still below hurricane gusts. And again, these squalls are just going to get more impressive the deeper into the morning that we go. Kingston beginning to have gusts. Wi-Fi spotty in Kingston, just less contact with my husband. Digicel is still going strong in Clarendon, that's good. It has not made landfall. There's the eye right there, my friends. A couple of hours away, probably a little bit less than 2 hours right now. Yeah, so if you see that little bit of white water there, how it's kind of churned up a little bit, that's where the bridge is. And we can still see it, barely. Again, the harbor, you know, the wave action is one thing, but the amount of water that the storm is lifting into the harbor is another. Again, they mentioned trying to evacuate all of Port Royal, and hopefully that was the case. Trying to pull up the local headlines from the Gleaner. See if these other just to see if there's any other information to pass along to you guys from this. And again, you can see the spinning there of the cameras. You know, cell service is going to become an issue. Internet service is going to become an issue as well. Let me get back to that real quick. Is there any other thing I can pass along for you guys? Unfortunately, there's a story, and I think some of you mentioned that maybe 7 people have already lost their life in this storm. There's a story here, 3 died and 13 injured while preparing for Hurricane Melissa, which is extremely tough to hear. You know, loss of life in preparation of the storm. But friends, this is a storm that will be bringing life-threatening impacts to a wide area, not just where those core winds are going, but the flooding that the storm is going to bring as well could be catastrophic. And it's likely to be catastrophic in so many areas. If you guys have any other local information you'd like to pass along, make sure you drop it in chat for us. Appreciate that. Obviously, keeping a really close tab on anyone who lives on Jamaica. Down the road for southeast Cuba, hurricane warning is in effect. This is likely to still be a major hurricane, a very significant hurricane for southeast Cuba, and is still likely to be a major hurricane even as it gets into the central and the southeast Bahamas. So down the road, we'll be watching for our friends from Cat Island down towards the Acklins and Maiguana and Inagua and Turks and Caicos as well. Again, if you're just tuning in, the news is very sobering with Hurricane Melissa. These numbers are sadly correct. Winds are 180 miles an hour. Not only is Melissa a Category 5, it is a very significant Category 5 hurricane. The storm structure is as impressive as it has been the entire time. The storm has only gotten stronger. Could this storm eke a little bit more wind out before it arrives? It could, right? But again, practically there's no difference in what we're going to see with the impacts, which is likely to be total destruction along the path of this storm, especially in coastal communities. When you factor in these kinds of winds and the storm surge and the rain that is likely to accompany the area. Again, it is very rare that the Hurricane Center, uses these kinds of wordings when we're talking about a storm. If we look at the key messaging, right? Tropical storm winds are occurring in Jamaica, and catastrophic hurricane force winds are expected to begin during the next few hours. Within the Eyewall, total structural failure is likely. All right? Especially in higher elevation areas where wind speeds on the windward sides and hills and mountains could be 30% higher. It's unbelievable to think that if this storm makes landfall at 180, right? 30% higher, right? 30, let's just say that's about 50 mile per hour winds more. Could you really have, in some of the higher elevations, 230 mile an hour winds? That's what the Hurricane Center says is plausible windward facing sides of higher terrain in western Jamaica. It is hard to even think and calculate that amount of wind over an area. It will weaken some as it passes over because of the friction of land and the interruption to the lower levels of the circulation, but not significantly. Certainly not enough to cause there to be a reduction in the potential impacts. Right now, the Hurricane Center still has it as a Category 5 as it emerges north of the island. All right? So the impacts of this storm is going to bring along that path is likely to bring complete devastation. Blue Goose, that is, I know, right? But you saw the wording from the Hurricane Center, up to 30% higher elevation windward sides. It's not a lot of Jamaica, but it's some. Again, checking in with the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft again. Looks like they're still bobbing around the eye. Oh my God. $194. Guys, I don't think I've ever seen that. About 15 minutes ago, at a flight level of over 2,300 meters, they had 112 mile an hour wind, which derives to a surface wind of 194 miles an hour. Hard to put into words what that's going to do. This is tough, guys. It's tough to know what this storm is going to bring to the island. You know, I feel for someone like Justin, who I don't know personally, but reached out to me, and we've been talking. He's got like a wellness retreat near Treasure Beach, and you know what is going to happen to his business and his life and his family after this. And that's just one example. I mean, that's just, you know, real world. We're talking to a guy the last couple of days, you know, whose livelihood and life is in the southwest side of Jamaica. And that is likely to be something completely different tomorrow morning. And that's going to be so many of the residents of the western and the central sides of the island. And to be clear, I'm still expecting significant impacts east, but obviously it's the wind with the most destructive impacts that'll be moving on shore very quickly into the western side. So again, at any point in time, the Hurricane Center can come up with another update. If you guys see that, let me know. All right, guys. I'm going to take a very quick break. Give you a little background music while I'm gone for a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. And we'll continue our coverage here live. Okay, appreciate you sticking with me. Obviously, this is probably the most important live stream I've ever done. Again, I'm a television meteorologist in the United States for a long, long time, and I've seen a lot of really bad things happen. You know, EF5 tornadoes when I worked in Oklahoma City. Even just last year in Florida, we had Helene and Milton, you know, experienced those personally. Obviously tracking Beryl through the Windward Islands last year, what it did to Jamaica, what it did to the Yucatan. And what I see from this storm exceeds all of that. This is a historic storm not only for Jamaica, but for the Atlantic basin in general. You know, the fact that there's a potential that we could see a storm that might have winds sustained near 200 miles an hour at landfall really boggles the mind. And what is going to end up happening to this community as well. All right, that was Justin, right? He's in Treasure Beach or near Treasure Beach. And he's just saying that the connection is really bad. I'm going to ask for an update. I don't think he wants to give me an update on what he's sowing. But, you know, again, I'm talking to a guy who his livelihood is in the southwest side of Jamaica, and it's going to be completely different tomorrow, you know? And sometimes, you know, you can kind of get numb to that. And remember, if you guys don't know, I grew up on the west coast of Florida. My childhood home was flooded out by a storm, right? We had salt water come into the home. Now, this was the kind of tidal thing. The winds weren't associated with the storm that did that, but, you know, I was displaced for 6 months. I know what it's like, okay? You know, to have to leave your home and have everything you own destroyed, you know, lost all of the furniture because it was saltwater intrusion. So I've felt that before personally. And so, you know, some of those old feelings are coming back, knowing what is going to be happening to some of our friends here in Jamaica, again, through no fault of their own. They just happen to be in an area that this massive storm wants to go. And I want to be very clear, you need to take this so seriously in the southeast side of Cuba, and you need to continue to keep a very close eye and take this seriously in the central and the southeast Bahamas and Turks and Caicos as well. And the flooding that is ongoing, especially in Western Hispaniola and Haiti, is life-threatening, loss of life, isolation of communities, and just total devastation. Right? He just sent me a photo. It's a little bit hard to see, but, you know, they're just in it right now. The winds don't look to be crazy yet, but, you know, that's just sheets of rain coming in. And he'll give me an update in just a second. You should hear the concern in my voice. I am overtly concerned about, here's the thing, guys. It sucks, but we can rebuild, right? We can get back these businesses. We can rebuild homes, but we can't bring people back. I'm very concerned about potential loss of life, right? Unfortunately, we've already seen some fatalities from just residents trying to get prepared for the storm. But these kinds of winds, even for some who are prepared for the storm, can be deadly. And it's hard to even just say those words, but that is the reality of what this storm is going to bring, the life-threatening conditions, especially near the core of this storm. We'll check back in with the cameras from Sea Jamaica. Again, the water continues to quicken its pace. Flatbridge, the feet of rain, the feet of storm surge already beginning to push up in Kingston Harbor. All you have to do, guys, is just look at the cameras and how they're beginning to bounce around a little bit more. And again, it's squalls right now in the Kingston area, so it's not consistent, but it will become more consistent, and each squall as the storm arrives will likely be stronger and stronger with heavier rain and gustier winds. And friends, I am asking you guys to please share this information, right? Not for the support of the channel. I appreciate all of that. But the biggest thing is that we need to get the information out to as many people as we can. So if you know anyone who could be impacted by this storm and you have an ability to communicate with them, obviously let them know. If you want to share this channel as well, just let them know about the information. All right, he sent a little video. Okay. Now, here's what he's saying. He is about 60 feet above sea level where he is. So that's fine as far as storm surge, right? He is not going to, we're not going to have 60 feet of water coming in. By the way, Montego Bay is back. No, it came back down. But we still have, we'll see if Montego Bay sensor comes back up. So he's about 60 feet above sea level, right? But, relatively speaking, he's somewhat close to land, or excuse me, close to shore. And so, again, we're really concerned about, what might be happening with where he is staying right now structurally. Waves are cresting about 4 meters in height right now, about 12 feet. So already we're getting some cresting of waves 4 meters in height. And again, he's on Treasure Beach. And this storm is approaching landfall. We're 14-ish miles away. We're less than 2 hours now, guys. Maybe about an hour and a half. It says winds are hitting the house from the east, and that's where the water is. No water penetration from the south or other directions. Yeah, obviously, again, in that area, it's going to be the south winds to begin with. And then the core winds, if it gets over the area, they'll go in all directions. As the storm approaches, is in the middle, and then hits. The crazy thing about it, I don't know if anyone has ever been in the eye of a storm that has made landfall. I have with a tropical storm. It wasn't a significant hurricane, but it is wild that wherever this goes, you're going to get 180 plus mile an hour winds in some spots. Then you're going to get blue sky and calm conditions for 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then you get the back end of the Eyewall, which will have winds near what you saw to begin with. It's this amazing thing with this eye and how calm and clear it is in the center. And wherever that passes over the island, it will be blue sky and light winds, if hardly a breath of wind, for a short duration before the back end of the Eyewall hits again. Appreciate it, DK. And again, I hope you guys don't mind me enjoying some coffee with you guys early on this Tuesday morning. I'm going to try an effort to get that video to you guys. You can probably hear the wind on my mic, right? Listen to that howl, guys. Yeah, that's just consistent. They're probably in 50 mile an hour winds there easily right now. Okay. So I'll look to get you that video. Again, just to broaden this view out, look at this storm. Again, I haven't mentioned the Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands are on the west side of the storm. It's the weaker side, but the winds and the moisture just don't extend as far west as they do east with these hurricanes, okay? So there could be some, breezy conditions and some squalls from time to time from Grand Cayman to Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, but you're going to be okay there, right? Not the case closer in. So there is no such thing as a Category 6, but appreciably, if there were, this would be a Category 6. I will grant you that. There's no, we mentioned it in yesterday's stream. I, along with everyone else, says there shouldn't be a Category 6, but if a storm were to attain that, this is the one. And again, just keep an eye out for me, guys, if there's any updates from the Hurricane Center. You know, they might put out a 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 9 o'clock local time in Jamaica advisory again. And if you just are tuning in, I have access to live hurricane reconnaissance aircraft data on my system. And that reconnaissance data showed potential surface winds of 195 miles an hour. Let's check the latest on that. All right, they're now on the west side of the storm. So they're done with their pass over the eye for now. But again, not long ago, you know, they had 196 mile an hour derived surface winds. Latest advisor is 896. All of the latest official information from the Hurricane Center is on the top of your screen, okay? Now, the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are going in and out of that storm. They are finding that storm to potentially be even stronger. It is not out of the question and potentially likely that if they put out another special update here at 10 o'clock local time in Eastern Daylight Time, 9 o'clock in Jamaica, in the next 15 minutes, that these numbers might go higher in winds and lower in pressure, right? The destruction that this storm is likely to bring, again, is going to be historic when we have a storm making landfall as an extremely high-end Category 5. Let me try to do 14 things at once here. Let's go back into those cameras in Jamaica, and while we're doing that, I'm going to try and shoot this video over that he shot to our system. So let's look at these cameras. Again, just look at the wave action, guys, and think about that water pushing inland with the south winds. And again, the camera's just getting a little bit more bouncy out there as the winds become a little bit more steady. Yep, 10 a.m. update coming up. Okay. And they should. Typically, with a landfalling storm like this, they do provide hourly updates, and especially when the hurricane hunters continue to investigate the storm and they continue to find a storm that is, you know, either fluctuating in intensity, getting weaker, getting stronger, all of that. You know, again, this will be a daylight storm across Jamaica. You know, at least, thankfully, the residents will be able to see what is happening outside and, you know, won't have to contend with a nighttime storm. But regardless, what this storm is likely to bring. If your sister's on the 4th floor of one of the hotels in Montego Bay, she is safe. The storm surge for Montego Bay is only expected to be about 2 to 4 feet. And we'll take a look at that in just a second as well. The storm turned north because the steering currents that drive the storm, a weakness basically developed northeast of the storm and was beginning to tug the storm in that direction. Okay, thank you. I will effort to look at any emails that come the way. I mean, obviously, being on live, it's a little bit harder to do so, but I'm going to try and effort to pull in some of that stuff for you guys, so I appreciate that. Yeah, I got you, Michael. Okay. In the Kingston area, appreciate it. I certainly might do that. And if you guys do have any video, you know, if you want to, you can send it to mymeteomundo@gmail.com, and I know our moderators will put that email address in the chat, and I can effort to turn around some of that video for you guys. We always try and do that. Of course, we set up our live capabilities with some of the people that we knew on the island ahead of time, but keeping that service going is hard sometimes as well. So Michael, let me ask you a question. I'm going to just ask you in chat here. I see that you said you have generator and you have Starlink. Do you still have the ability right now in Kingston to broadcast, like to stream video on your phone? If you are, I can put you into a special chat where we might be able to bring up your live stream live on the air. So Michael in Kingston, who sent me the email, let me know if you think you still have the ability to broadcast live. All right. Where are you, my friend? Thank you. I appreciate it. Shay, either 7 or Shay V, I appreciate it. Again, your handles are showing up now. I wish it was your usernames. YouTube made that change. I hate it. It's much harder to figure out exactly, how your name is in real life. And we all have weird handles for the most part, but I appreciate it. Let's get the hearts out for the $4.99 super thanks. I do appreciate all of the support, guys. Means a lot to me. Thank you very much. So I'm efforting to get you Justin's video. We'll just delete that then. Okay. Thanks, guys, for showing the love. Appreciate that. All right, I'm going to upload this, and then we're going to get into some of the storm specifics. We're going to go over everything again right now. All right, so for those asking questions about particular areas and particular potential impacts, I'm about ready to go over that in just 1 second. So bear with me here, because I want to try and get this video to you guys as soon as I possibly can. Guess I hadn't. All right, well, actually, I'm going to do this a couple of ways. I'm going to give myself the best chance to get it to you guys as quickly as possible. So what we're doing is basically transferring this video from one computer to another. And sometimes during live coverage, that goes very smoothly, and other times it takes a little while for it to happen. Yeah, I'm going to keep up to date with the hurricane as well. And again, we're going to get what we've heard is another 10 o'clock update, Eastern Daylight Time, 9 o'clock local time on Jamaica. So if you guys see, as I start going through the discussion of the storm, the 10 o'clock update, please just let me know in the chat, and we'll go from there. All right. So here's our storm. We're now getting within an hour to an hour and a half landfall southwest side of the island, likely to be St. Elizabeth Parish. Again, we were out of time for this storm to do anything funky and to avoid a direct landfall to the island. This is going to be a significant, catastrophic, historic hurricane to move across the island with the impacts of a life-threatening level to be felt far and wide. If you do live on Jamaica, please take this storm extremely seriously. Even if the winds and the conditions haven't deteriorated to a point that is forcing you to not go outside or think that this storm is not going to be significant, it is going to be for a vast majority of the island, and especially for the western side of the island. The core winds are likely to bring total devastation wherever they move through the area. We're talking about complete infrastructure loss, buildings, obviously utilities, power, which could be for days, if not even for weeks. So this is what you need to prepare for on Jamaica, right? Catastrophic, life-threatening flash flooding through so many areas, even out east, Portland and St. Thomas parishes, which are likely to avoid the core hurricane winds being just far enough east for that still very high-end tropical storm gusts are likely there, but the flash flooding throughout the entire island is going to be the most widespread impact from this storm. Remember, the storm is only moving at 7 miles an hour. Life-threatening storm surge, southern coastline, some storm surge even in portions of the northern coastline. Extensive infrastructure damage. Again, even areas outside of the core winds will see extensive infrastructure damage. Long duration power and communication outages could be days, if not even weeks in some areas. These significant landslides and mudslides from feet of rain likely to fall across most of the island. That could lead to roads being washed away in isolation of some communities. Those areas that are out by themselves to begin with, maybe with only one way in or out. We have washed out roads. We have significant debris, right? Even in some urban areas that might hinder travel or make travel impossible for days, if not even longer, can lead to some isolation. Again, we are out of time for any preparations. Well, I hope my friends on Jamaica are as prepared as they possibly can be, not only for what the storm is going to bring today, but in the aftermath of a storm where we're likely to not have much power across the island, no internet across the island, water, gasoline, all of that could be impacted for a significant amount of time in some areas. When we look at the hurricane force winds moving in, the arrival of hurricane force winds, again, southwest coastline, eastern side of Westmoreland Parish, all of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, and Clarendon parishes, potentially even the western sides of St. Catherine during the late morning hours here. And again, landfall probably a little bit more than an hour away at this point in time. 7 mile an hour forward speed keeps the eye of the storm on a north-northeast track over the island for approximately 6 hours. So we will continue to see this storm batter the central, the western, and even portions of the eastern side of the island through the afternoon hours, at the very earliest emerging off of the northern coastline as we get into the late afternoon. And these winds are likely to stay Category 5 strength over the island. It will weaken some, but if this storm is 180 to maybe 190, you understand the impacts that could be coming to the island, okay? When we look at this individually, again, anywhere along and east of the eye are likely to experience at least 130 to 160 mile an hour winds. Now again, in the core, now that's going to be 5, maybe 10 miles. That 180 wind will be present. But even 15, 20 miles away from the center, we're likely to get some winds on the east side to be between 130 and 160, okay? Not expecting the higher end of this range in Kingston, and likely not even the 130, but into St. Catherine Parish, that is a possibility, okay? But gusts that are likely to be over 100 miles an hour will extend east into the Kingston area, likely, right? It is St. Thomas and Portland parishes that will have the least amount of wind, but still there could be some impactful winds that could be approaching hurricane strength even this far east, and certainly sustained higher end tropical storm gusts for Yawlis, Morant Bay, and the Port Antonio Fair Prospect areas. Then you get back into St. Mary Parish and the eastern side of St. Anne, Port Maria, Ocho Rios. Again, down the road later this afternoon, the storm gets closer to you as it moves northeast. So you could see 120 to 140 mile an hour winds. And then all the eastern side of the island could see 15 to 30 mile an hour winds, or excuse me, 15 to 30 inches of rain, or 375 to 750 millimeters, right? So the flooding could be very significant. The storm surge of 9 to 13 feet, likely higher in some areas. And then out west, anywhere west of landfall, right? So western sides of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland parishes, even close to Negril, likely to see 120 to 140 mile an hour winds as the storm moves in. Savlamar certainly included in that potential range, 120-ish there, okay? Then as the storm moves north into the east, weakens some on the northwest side for most of Hanover and St. James parishes. It's 90 to 120 mile an hour winds, probably even a little bit stronger towards Montego Bay for a maximum. On the north side of the island, near Montego Bay, a storm surge of 2 to 4 feet. But west of the landfall, south side, still expecting a 6 to 9 foot storm surge. And again, let me be clear about this. This doesn't even take into account the wave action and the swells, which are likely to be higher and appreciably higher, right, with the storm surge coming in. So the storm surge is simply the wall of water that the hurricane literally lifts from the ocean. That deep low pressure literally pulls the ocean up with it and then pushes that wall of water inland, right? It is a gradual thing, but at the height of the storm, it can be a wall of water coming in very quickly, mind you, and then you have wave action on top of everything. And again, western parishes, 10 to 20 inches of rain, locally 25. Higher elevation areas, where the rain gets down into the lower elevations quickly, significant flash flooding is likely in those spots. Again, all of the island likely to see over 10 inches of rain, over 250 millimeters, in most areas even higher than that. We'll see if we get a 10 a.m. update here. Okay. Yeah, they've upped it again to 185, guys, and a pressure of 892. So they didn't fully correlate the 196 that we saw, but they have upped it again to 185. The fact that this hurricane continues to get stronger closer to landfall is absolutely wild. We've actually lost a little bit of the lightning recently. Potentially now, we're beginning to skirt a little bit of friction as we get close to landfall here, and we're backing down some of the intensity of the thunderstorm activity near the eye. All right, let me pull this up on my phone. So again, we're at 185 and 892. So we're up 5 miles an hour and we're down 4 millibars. So this storm is going to make landfall with a pressure that starts with the number 8. North-northeast at 7. This is really, really wild that those are the numbers that I just typed. The fact that that is this storm that's about ready to move into the southwest side of Jamaica. Again, we're beginning to see the outer eye winds move into St. Elizabeth Parish, Black River, Treasure Beach areas. You know, from the closest approach now, you know, we're about just 10 miles away from getting into the inner core winds. From Black River, we're only about 14. So I am expecting landfall in somewhere around an hour. Yep, 10 a.m. advisory is up to 185, guys. If you look at the newest information from the Hurricane Center, 185, 892. And Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft will continue to investigate this storm. And again, I'll continue to monitor what they're showing us. Right now, the information I have available, they're on this far southwest side of the storm. Again, they're going through their process, but likely another reconnaissance aircraft is beginning to investigate the inner core winds again. Is moving north-northeast at 7. All of your current information on the storm, the newest information from the Hurricane Center, is always going to be at the top of your screen here on my weather system. Again, this should be well, that's just the 8 o'clock, so I'm only getting the special. The reason why I wanted to look at this real quick is someone was asking about storm surge for Turks and Caicos. Right now, the Hurricane Center says a storm surge of 4 to 6 feet above normal. Dry ground is possible in the southeastern Bahamas and Turks and Caicos on Wednesday. So a potential 4 to 6 foot storm surge for Turks and Caicos right now. We'll see how it plays out. I'll keep you guys updated. But if you live in the Bahamas, central and southeast, and Turks and Caicos, especially the Bahamas, you need to be preparing for hurricane conditions Wednesday. Turks and Caicos, potential hurricane conditions on Wednesday. And back to some of the live cameras from Jamaica. You know, the winds are fresh here. You know, we'll see how these squalls push. Again, Kingston is likely to avoid the most significant wind, which is going to be a great thing for the Kingston area because you get just a little bit farther west and that is going to go downhill in a hurry and significantly. I would still expect these winds to pick up a lot more than what they are right now. You know, right now they're gusting near the harbor at around 50 miles an hour, right? And you can see again what that south wind gusting at 50 is doing to the water in the harbor, churning things up and pushing that water farther and farther inland. And the inundation of water in coastal sections of St. Catherine and Kingston parishes and St. Andrew, St. Thomas, and you know even west, you know, Clarendon as well. Just that amount of water that's likely to come with this storm is going to cause a lot of destruction just from the water rise. And again, Flat Bridge is there, but we can't see it because the water's already above it. All right. Appreciate all the thoughts and the prayers for everyone in the chat as well, for everyone on Jamaica. They're going to need it, guys. They're going to need all of our support. This is going to be a really tough one to go through and a tough one in the aftermath as well. Storm will probably not change much in forward speed. It might increase slightly, but that would be about it. Not expecting it to do much as far as a forward speed change. For anyone asking about, what's likely to happen with that storm as it moves through. Okay. So here's the video from Justin, guys. I'm just making sure that you guys can hear it. Yes, you can. Okay. All right, so again, Justin, Treasure Beach area, probably about 30 minutes ago, and you can see that wind. That's easily 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. So again, this video from Justin, Treasure Beach, just about a half hour ago at the very latest. Yeah, right about a half hour ago. Again, he says that the waves near Treasure Beach are already cresting about 4 meters in height, and that all of that wind right now is hitting from the east, which is what we expect before the storm moves in. All right, so some of the sobering pictures from part of the island that is going to get the direct impact from Melissa, as landfall is likely to arrive very shortly. And again, when we look at a storm, counterclockwise, he's discussing that all of the wind right now is coming out of the east, and that's what we would expect, right? You see these east winds here. You get a little bit farther north and west, the far western sides of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes, the winds are more out of the north and to the east. This is why when the storm makes landfall here, the winds are going to be going in the opposite direction of the storm motion. So that's a net negative on the potential for the winds on the far western side of the island, keeping them down just slightly, but still extremely powerful. But that's why the storm surge is not as high as areas along the eye and off towards the east, because all of this wind is an onshore wind, which is just pushing that wall of water into places like Port Royal in the Kingston area and all the other bays to the west, and to St. Catherine, Clarendon parishes, and just anywhere along the southern coastline east of that center will all have a south wind pushing that water in. And that's also why you have the strongest winds, because the storm motion and the winds around the storm are going in the same direction. So you have a net positive there. Again, everyone right now, generally speaking, because most of the storm is west of the island, the vast majority of Jamaica has an easterly component to the wind. In some areas, there's a slight south-southeast wind. In some other areas along the northern coastline, there's even a bit of a northerly push. Now, as this storm pushes inland, again, western areas will switch to a west wind, and then eventually out of the southwest and back out of the south. And the winds will also quarter out of the east a little bit more and into the south as the storm pulls away here in the southern coastline too. But you keep the inundation of water going with that wind profile east of the center based on this track. Thank you, Gaming with Jamie. Appreciate you. Another Meteo Mundo gift membership subbed. Again, the Hurricane Center will probably provide one more update or update landfall. You know, you saw that picture, that video from from Justin. You know, what is that going to look like tomorrow morning, right? That's my biggest concern. You can try and send me videos to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Just trying to keep them a little on the shorter side, not 5 or 10 seconds, but 15 to 20, something like that. And I will continue to effort to put in some of this video. Yeah, again, if you're just tuning in, I'll bring up this video again from Jamie in Treasure Beach about a half hour ago, guys. This is going to be where the eye hits. So look at the vegetation, look at the palm tree in the distance. You know, this is going to strip all of those leaves, you know, and you know, where Jamie is right now, what's going to be left of that, of where he's staying. Now, obviously, that looks like a fairly, you know, secure concrete structure, so that should be just fine. But, you know, how many windows are going to be gone? How many outbuildings are going to be gone from where he is? You know, the destruction could be total outside of the most hardened structures. You know, all of that vine and you know, trellis that's secured to the column there, that can all just be really stripped away. You know, are there any leaves left of any of those trees? We'll continue to keep an eye on the See Jamaica cameras. You know, again, so far okay in Kingston. You know, it's good to see that the winds, you know, have stayed in that 45 to 50 mile an hour range at the harbor. Yes, they're gusty right now from time to time, but so far so good with the winds. Again, the inundation of water, though, is going to be a whole different story near the coast and how that could flood areas. And ultimately, the wind's going to be picking up here in Kingston as well. Again, you know, likely to freshen and gust over hurricane force. But if we can keep the winds at that level, potentially some of the infrastructure is able to hold up in Kingston. You know, if we're just far enough west, just far enough east, and the landfall is just far enough west. But these cameras will help tell the story there in that area. And we will get a full update from the Hurricane Center coming your way at 11 o'clock Eastern time. But again, they could issue a special update at any point in time with this storm, considering how close to landfall it is as we speak. He said Drea says, after the hurricane went through, the island looked like winter with no snow. Everything was brown and all the palm trees had only trunks left, absolutely no vegetation. You know, if this were an area, you know, that had a lot of trees with barks, this would be the kind of wind that can literally strip the bark from trees. All right. But yes, most vegetation does not survive this. Everything is stripped and bare after these kinds of winds go through. And it's not just the central core winds. It could be areas much wider than this when you're looking at a hurricane, you know, with winds of 185 miles an hour. Mandeville getting worse. If you guys want to send me some videos, you're more than happy to. mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Okay. I have some video for you guys. It's really tiny. I might be able to make it bigger, but bear with me here. I'm going to bring it up live to be able to do that. Yeah, I guess not. You guys can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. You know, we're just pulling in this video raw that you guys are sending us, so sorry that it's so tiny. I should be able to activate these layers, though. Oh, there we go. We did some upgrades to our software here, but some of the features or some of the settings I had went away. So on the fly, I'm trying to fix that. It can't get too much bigger because this is, again, you know, if you guys want to shoot me video, the easiest way to do that is, so instead of shooting it like this, turn your phone like this and it will fill the screen. But this is video that we got just a little bit ago. This is going to be from Hanover. Instagram user, it's Tav, ITZTAV. So again, this is from Hanover, not that long ago. Now, obviously, that is a building under construction, so don't take that as being what the storm has already done. But you get the idea that things are beginning to freshen up there, and you know those power lines. I promise you, down the road, they're going to be holding on to dear life. Hey Ray, how you doing? Thank you for your $9.99, or excuse me, your $4.99 super thanks, super stickers. I appreciate you so much. Let's get the hearts out in chat for Rhea, please. So someone by the name of John Allen tried to send me a video, but there is nothing attached. Just remember to always attach the photos and the videos. That happens all the time, more than you think. I do it sometimes myself, but just remember you need to attach the photo or the video to the email. So again, that's going to be from Hanover. And again, Justin in Treasure Beach. So some of the new video coming in right now. Landfall is likely to occur in about an hour. We're getting very, very close, my friends, to landfall occurring. Now, again, you notice that the cameras there from Jamaica are spinning a bit. Obviously, we start to come into internet issues and others are along the island, and everyone just begins to be affected by this, right? We start to lose power, we start to lose internet, we start to lose communication, which is why it's so imperative, right? So imperative to get this information out while we can, right? Because there will be some residents who are watching this right now that begin to lose power, and maybe they can't keep a signal up to watch this live stream any longer, or you know they're going to try and save battery, or the internet is just not there, and that ends up being a problem because as this storm moves inland, it's going to cut off those utilities, and those who desperately need the information the most may not have access to that information. So you know that's why I come on well ahead of these storms arriving, like I did the last couple of days, so that we are trying to be as prepared as possible on the island being impacted because of the loss of infrastructure as the storm is arriving, right? Not as many folks who live on Jamaica are going to be able to watch coverage like this as the storm is actually moving through. So again, we've lost a little bit of the lightning. Now let's be clear about something. Look at this storm, guys. I mean, unbelievable. This is going to go down in history, but for all the wrong reasons. This massive storm is very close to landfall in St. Elizabeth Parish. Some of the outer eye is beginning to impact and interact with land. So where Justin is there in the Treasure Beach area and Black River, and then fairly soon in Santa Cruz and Mandeville and places like that, the weather is going to go downhill in a hurry, okay? The water levels are already beginning to rise in this area, and winds are becoming very significant. I have an ability to look up the winds. Now, I mind you again, this is going to be, estimates, and I'm not sure how well on they are. We need to look at our visible satellite imagery as well. By the way, because the storm has basically arrived, the GFS model has finally decided that actually is going to hit. Yeah, it just can't even handle this storm, guys. But more than anything, forget the values because they're out to lunch. You can see, and it's these blacks that are the maximum, right? All on the central and the eastern side of the storm, okay? So, over time, and that eye from the model is very close, over time, you can see how the winds move inland, right? And are expanded a little bit farther east compared to west, right? But do extend to include Maypen and Hayes. And that's going to be, into the early afternoon hours and then moving away, right? All those strong core winds on the east side. But even as we get into the late afternoon hours, these are still some near hurricane force winds on the north coast. All right. And a massive expansive wind field to go along with it. This is the visible satellite imagery of this monster. Now, what you're actually seeing here is some of the reflection from the sunlight, right? Rising in the east, setting in the west, so it's lowest on the eastern horizon. It's actually shining against some of the extremely high cloud tops on the western side of that eye right now. So again, now that we have full daylight, we have a full picture from our high resolution visible satellite imagery. And again, just that shiny white is still, at this point in time, the sun is fairly low on the horizon. It's obviously climbing, but this time of the year is a relatively low sun angle too. And so we're just gleaning off of some of that. That's why those whites are a little bit brighter on the west side of the storm right now. This is the Sandwich product. It's your visible and your infrared combined. Take that timeline and just drop it down to a couple of hours here. So again, when we combine the satellite imagery, look what you see. Landfall is about an hour away. I expect, if this is moving in at 185 mile-an-hour winds, I expect it to stay a Cat 5 over Jamaica, and the Hurricane Center does as well. I expect it to probably be a Cat 4 over Cuba. Hopefully it does come below Cat 5 status. It might be close, even closer than what we want. It's not out of the question. The storm could potentially re-intensify as it tries to get to southeast Cuba, but staying as an extremely dangerous hurricane, right? 10, 20, 25 inches of rain in southeast Cuba as well. So the potential for southeast Cuba, sure, it might be lower than what Jamaica is seeing and is going to see, but on the scale of, what significant impacts it could bring, it is pinging up there as well. High-end Cat 4 coming in with winds of, 135, 140. Excuse me, at least 135, 140, that's Cat 3 to Cat 4, but 145, 150, right? Gusts higher than that. Significant impacts are likely for Cuba as well. Has not touched land yet. I agree that all the trees are likely to be stripped bare. I agree that there's likely to be very little vegetation left outside of the most hardened structures. With this wind, there's likely to be very little structures left as well. You can see how the water speed on Flat Bridge there is picking up. That's just the water moving quicker as the storm is getting closer. So there's Flat Bridge on the top right. You can see the winds are beginning to pick up in Kingston now. So far, so good in the Kingston area. No doubt about it. Halfway tree again, breezy. And we'll just see how much the winds freshen up overall, but we're likely just far enough away to really avoid the most significant wind damage. You already saw that the winds from Treasure Beach are much more significant than what we're seeing in Kingston right now. Yeah, anyone who lives in the Kingston area, it's still very squally at this point in time, right? Pretty squally conditions more than anything. Trying to get some more video for you guys here. But it's not consistent, at least as of yet, right? Not consistent, at least as of yet. Again, I'm pulling in some new video for you guys. Appreciate you sending it to me, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. We had live stream potential set up on the channel, but unfortunately, we lost a lot of that capability. Okay. Santa Cruz, very windy. Appreciate it, Arturo. Kingston are getting intermittent gusts, not sustained major winds as of yet. Thank you, Michael. Trying to upload your video right now. Appreciate you sending it in. Negril is bad with a bad breeze. So again, it is area dependent on the island, right? Our southwest communities here, Manchester, St. Elizabeth, eastern Westmoreland parishes, they're about ready to feel the brunt of this hurricane. We're beginning to see the outer eye interact with land. I think that's one reason why we've lost a little bit of the lightning. Again, you know, you have terrain here. It's beginning to impact the inner core of the storm slightly. The problem is that likely what is to happen is that the inner core winds might expand outward for a time, right? They extend outward for a time. And this eye is extremely wide, at least 15 miles wide for a major hurricane. So those winds on either side are more expansive in nature because of the larger eye, which again, the hurricane force winds extend out to about 30 miles from the center. Now for the Kingston area again, which is pinging about 50-mile-an-hour winds right now, if we take a look at where landfall is going to be, and we come here, we're about 60 miles from the west side of the Kingston area, right, into the eastern sides of St. Catherine Parish. So, you know, we are very likely to avoid the more sustained major hurricane force winds in the Kingston area. Still expecting gusts to be hurricane force, and the worst still to come. And there's been just a little turn slightly due north in the last couple of frames. You notice that it's not trying to sneak a little bit southeast. Now it's trying to get a little bit closer to Black River itself there. But the core winds are now over the Black River area, the outer Eyewall beginning to move in, right? And it's only a matter of minutes before we start to see very destructive conditions in this area. St. Mary, Port Maria, likely to see hurricane winds a little bit later today as the storm moves north and east, right? You know, probably winds of over 100 miles an hour. We'll look at some of the other impacts here coming up, guys, I promise. You know, I'm doing what I can to cycle back through those impacts because I know new folks are tuning in. You know, obviously it's something I'm trying to cover pretty vigilantly here as far as those impacts. I want to bring on, again, some of the video that I've gotten here. Okay, so here's some new video. And if I'm wrong, please let me know in the chat. But this should be the video from Michael in the Kingston area, saying winds are picking up in the hills above Kingston, but they do come and go. So Michael, just double check that this is your video, but I believe this is from Kingston. Again, you can see the fresher winds for now, but that's what they are. These squalls, you know, will bring a fresh wind. The winds are likely to pick up in consistency and intensity as we go through the remainder of the morning hours into the afternoon for Kingston. But at this point in time, the storm far enough west where the core hurricane winds are not likely to impact Kingston. Still expecting there to be some potential hurricane gusts in these areas, and the amount of rain that could come as well, you know, could be quite heavy as the storm begins to pull through. All right, so the next video which we should be seeing here should be from St. Elizabeth. Slide myself away. I know that's hilarious. Now, why is that locked I know I have pushed myself away. Okay, I don't want to lock the preview. Let me drag myself back on camera. Let's try that again. I don't know why I can't do that any bigger. But anyway, there's St. Elizabeth. Again, really solid wind. I mean, 50, 60 miles an hour, probably some higher gusts, right? And this is just the beginning in that area. So I do appreciate Julie singing in, saying, still have service right now. And I appreciate you, Julie, for the kind words in your email as well. Thank you for taking a moment of your time to send in this video from St. Elizabeth. This is an area that is likely to get extremely impacted by this storm. Again, one more time, there's the Kingston area. And I've got one more video to show you guys here in this new set of videos you guys sent me. And the last, newest video, if you will, is going to be from Falmouth, 3 miles south of Falmouth. I believe it's Jana. Apologize if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but thank you for sending in this video. So 3 miles south of the Falmouth area right now. Just saw the live stream, Treasure Beach is horrible. Oh, it's going to be beyond belief horrible. Yeah, I'm sliding off the camera. There's like different layers to all of this that I can bring up. But again, here's the Falmouth area. And I do want to get back real quickly here to that the St. Elizabeth video as well. Now I might have, let me loop it. And why that is locked to that side of the screen, I don't know. Because I can obviously change the others. But we'll work on it. That's anywhere from St. Elizabeth. And you can just clearly see the wind difference, right? You know, farther east towards Kingston, we're okay. We're getting some squalls, right? We're getting some wind from 40 to 50. But now this is really, really picking up in St. Elizabeth Parish. And we're getting very close to landfall now in the southern coastline of St. Elizabeth, Treasure Beach, other areas like that. My family's in St. Anne and praying for them. Absolutely. Thank you, Blue Goose, for the kind words. And Marie says it's getting wicked in St. Andrew. Enough said. Check in with the cameras again here from Jamaica. You know, the harbor again getting hit pretty hard right along the coast. Things are going all right so far. I mean, obviously the winds are picking up. Top left-hand side of your screen should be halfway tree. So fresher winds, and if you look again, you can just see the ominous clouds beginning to work in. But so far, so good wind-wise in Kingston. I like to see that because we know the farther west that we get, that's not the scenario. That's not the case. Right, Justin sent in this video not that long ago. Look at the difference. Thank you, Blue Goose. Appreciate your support, my friend. Hope you're well. Let's get the hearts out in the chat for the 1999. Supers thanks to help to support the channel. Thank you very much, Blue Goose. access anyone's stream without permission. You know, that's their coverage. But I appreciate that. We have our own contacts we try and reach out to, but others are covering the storm in a variety of ways. And the biggest thing is I hope everyone is safe as they're trying to cover this storm, because the significance of the impacts of this storm in these areas is going to be life-threatening. Dan says I'm on the southeast coast, Port Moore, little rain, some gusts of 40 to 50. Again, Port Moore area likely to be okay so far at this point in time. Yeah, I hear you. My audio might be a little low over that wind. That's fine. I wasn't saying anything important. It's more important that you guys, understand what is going to be moving into the southwest side of the island. And again, that was now about 45, 50 minutes ago. So you can imagine what is coming through the southwest side of the island right now. Landfall is going to be very soon in St. Elizabeth Parish. More than likely, the hurricane center is going to stick with this intensity as it makes landfall. We will get a full update very shortly, but appreciably for southwest Jamaica, I think this is going to be a landfall somewhere in the 185 category, which is absolutely amazing, sobering, historic, devastating, and very life-threatening in these areas, guys. Again, we're likely now just a few miles away from actual landfall. Landfall occurs when the eye actually touches the coastline. So we're getting very close to that happening. Yeah, very significant impacts, even as far east as Linstead. Again, potentially not with the core winds, but the amount of rain that is likely to fall. 15, 20, maybe even 30 inches of rain. So that kind of rain impact and the flash flooding is likely to cause some big concerns there as well. Linstead, an area that, again, I hope that we just avoid the strongest of the winds. I will say this, there's almost been a little bit of a jog due north in the last hour, right? You notice how the eye itself is a little bit west of where that centerline track is from the hurricane center. So this is trying to make a run due north at this point in time. That is more concerning for the far western side of the island. Savlamar, Cambridge, Montego Bay, Lucy, Negril, Falmouth. These areas, if this is going to take more of a due north track, are likely to be more impacted by this storm. All right. Again, any movement west keeps the eastern side of the island a little bit safer from the winds. The storm surge is still going to be very significant throughout the entire southern coast. Good morning, Kento. How are you? Down power lines are always troublesome. Someone said yesterday that they weren't going to cut power early, right, to avoid live wires being down. See if that ends up being the case, but ultimately within a lot of this core of the storm, we are going to have loss of power and significant power line failure. Obviously, internet issues, water issues, you don't have the electric to pump the gas, all kinds of problems, that are going to be coming in with a storm with 185 mile-an-hour winds. So we're beginning to see that right now, guys. Thank you, Ukraine. We love. I will check that out. Appreciate it. Give me just 1 second here, guys. All right, guys. So I need to do some administrative work so we can get you guys this video as fast as we possibly can. So again, if you saw on the live stream, Noble Pills put in upload here, and there's a Google Drive folder. You can literally drop and drag those files into that Google Drive, or you can email me, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Again, keeping an eye on the cameras from Kingston. I like what I'm seeing wind-wise right now, right? The fact that the storm has moved slightly due north, again, gives you just a little bit more buffer in Kingston to avoid the worst wind, right? But obviously the storm surge is a different story at the Kingston Harbor and up towards Flatbridge. You can see the water that's coming in. But, you know, we're getting to a more likely scenario here where the worst wind damage by far, and for hopefully a pretty good stretch, stays west of the Kingston area, okay? But if you guys live in the Kingston area, keep the videos coming in. Again, very close right now to landfall. Likely occurring fairly imminently here. It's going to be St. Elizabeth Parish. Again, there is a north turn I want to be very clear about that this storm has taken in the last hour. Rather than slipping a little bit north and east, this is almost a due north movement right now. This puts more of Westmoreland and Hanover parishes in danger. Montego Bay and Cambridge as well, okay? So more significance out west. Again, farther east, we're going to get heavy rain impacts. The winds maybe not as strong here, but now even more concerned for some of the major communities like Savlamar and Negril and Lucy and Montego Bay, because if the eye is tracking more due north now, okay, we'll see if there's an east turn over the island. But if there's not, and this is heading straight towards Montego Bay, or they have a higher opportunity for the core winds, there's not as much land for this to go through before it reaches those areas. It would be a quicker, more direct path into East Hanover or St. James parishes rather than turning east into Triolani and St. Anne, all right? Wind intensified Milk River. Landfall is imminent. No power in Montego Bay. The 11 a.m. is out. Okay, thank you. Okay, still getting some videos in, and I appreciate it, guys. So let's get the update from the Hurricane Center. So the 11 o'clock advisory is out. We've got 185 north-northeast at 9 and 892. So the only real difference is an increase in the forward speed. And even though they're saying north-northeast, we can see over the last hour, it's basically due north. Basically due north. So 185 north-northeast at 9 and 892. Again, 892, guys. What a massive storm. It's an absolute monster. Landfall should be less than an hour, and it really just depends on exactly where it moves. Again, it is moving more due north, right? This will provide less wind impact for the eastern side of the island from Kingston east, and more significant wind impacts on the western side of the island for Westmoreland and Hanover and St. James and St. Elizabeth parishes if it continues this northern jog rather than going east. So it is significant. When we start talking about landfall and wind impacts, the actual landfall area and where it goes from there is vital to who sees the worst winds. So that's the summary. We still have all the hurricane warnings. I don't think there's going to be much change, guys, here in anything else. You know, the wind impacts are still significant. 15 to 30 inches of rain over portions of the island. 10 to 20 for eastern Cuba, up to 25. 5 to 10 for the southeast Bahamas. 2 to 4 for Turks and Caicos. Storm surge of 9 to 13 feet east of the center. 6 to 9 west. 2 to 4 up towards Montego Bay. Significant storm surge up to 12 feet for Cuba with the storm, southeast Cuba, 5 to 8 for the southeastern Bahamas, and 2 to 4 for Turks and Caicos. And again, what an absolute monster. If the trend north continues, I don't know if the eye goes over Montego Bay, but the core winds could brush Montego Bay. There is certainly a much more north track than what the Hurricane Center is showing. And I'm going to get the 11 a.m. update here and feed it into the system as well. But 185, guys, one of the most powerful storms on record, is moving into Jamaica as we speak. All right. I'm going to take an extremely quick break, leave you guys with some cameras, get some new video in, and I'll be back in just a second. Gotcha. Thanks, guys. I was just talking to myself anyway. I was like, okay, I'll make the change, but I appreciate it. I'm here. I'm back. Thank you. Well, I'll turn on my mic again. Yep. Now it should be on. You guys should hear me well. I see the levels now. All right. Anyway, again, 185 mile an hour winds, 892 millibar pressure, moving north-northeast at 9. All right. Significant storm. I'm just going to double check. You guys should be able to. No audio yet? Good. Loud and clear now. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure there wasn't another setting that I hit. You guys are still sending me in video, and I appreciate that. I'm going to effort to get you some of that right now as well. And you guys see that Google Drive area where you can drop it if you want to do so. A little bit easier on our end to bring it into the system. Again, I'm going to not talk, but I want you to see this video again from Justin in Treasure Beach and the fact that this was over an hour ago and what they're seeing there. Here's a look to see Jamaica. Cameras there you can find on their YouTube channel. Again, you know, the wave action is going to be so significant here. You know, look at the water right now. Flat bridge. Now you're starting to see that water bubble up on the other side of the bridge. That fast moving water is a big issue for that area right now. The push of water coming in from the harbor. You know, the winds are freshening up over portions of Kingston, but so far so good. You know, I do expect that if this storm continues on this track, that the Kingston area is going to avoid the worst of the wind, for sure. You know, it was always going to avoid the worst wind. It was just how close would the hurricane force winds get to Kingston, right? Completely different story right now for what's happening. Raining hard in Ocho Rios. It is, and that's what I was doing, guys. I was loading up the newest from the Hurricane Center and from my system while we were talking. So again, let me bring this full screen. You know, at this point in time, it is moving more due north, okay? We'll see if that trend continues. But landfall is going to be very imminent here in St. Elizabeth Parish, somewhere near Black River or just west. Unfortunately, areas like Sav-la-Mar, being now closer to the core winds, are going to be more impacted, right? The inner core is beginning to feel the impacts of the island, the friction, right? The wind disturbance from the land interaction should start to interact with the inner core of the storm and weaken it very slowly. Very, very slowly, right? But we've likely seen the peak intensity of the storm. Even before the eye moves inland, it's feeling it on the north side, right? And so drier air is being pulled into the storm with the land interaction over Jamaica. But, I mean, the monster that this storm is, guys, the absolute monster that Melissa is. Again, right now I'm not finding any recon data near the center. I don't think that there's going to be any change to the intensity with this storm. I think it's likely to make landfall as one of the most catastrophic hurricanes on record. The damage in the western and the central side of Jamaica is going to be absolutely astounding. Elizabeth says, just heard from a family in Treasure Beach. The building they are in is with hurricane windows. Blowing out water is coming in. So Elizabeth, you're saying that the hurricane windows have blown out and water is coming in? You're welcome, Leo, truly. Vroom says, just have a house here in Westmoreland, just outside of Sav-la-Mar. Not currently there, though, but heard from someone that it's already very windy. Yep, from time to time, you might hear some rumbles of thunder as well. Again, guys, this is historic and life-threatening conditions that are coming in, right? And we're still just getting started. I hate to say that, but it's only going to get worse. The core winds have yet to even move on shore. Rusty, this thing is going to make landfall near the border of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth. It's absolutely possible. I mean, if it wants to go farther north and not even eke a little bit slightly off towards the east, you know, putting in the far western side of Westmoreland Parish as a landfall is not out of the question. It'll be close. I still think, though, that the first time the eye hits, right, I mean, is probably just touching St. Elizabeth Parish, right? You kind of get up to here, and that's about the border. It's going to be very close, though. Yep, no doubt. In between Savlamar, Black River, Treasure Beach areas, Santa Cruz, going to get nailed. And again, if this wants to try and go a little bit more due north, we do have to start talking about more impacts for Negril, Cambridge, Montego Bay, Lucy, Falmouth areas, the western third of the island. Remember as well, though, that all of the central part of the island will be on the east side of the storm, and so the wind impacts are going to spread farther east. And again, we've already lost the sensor there in Montego Bay, and the sensor probably in Jamaica, Kingston area is gone as well. You know, last report at 9 o'clock now, so about 2 hours ago. So we've even lost that. I will say that for St. Catherine, St. Mary, St. Andrew, Kingston, Portland, and St. Thomas parishes, eastern side of the island, the wind impact scenario is improving for you, right? If this storm continues to track more north, it's just mileage-wise, and it's as simple as that, farther away. It doesn't mean there can't be some sporadic wind damage, knocking down power lines, knocking down trees that knock down power lines, causing some issues, but you certainly are going to miss the core of the hurricane force winds. Likely the hurricane force winds will extend out to where you see this eastern cone of uncertainty between Mandeville and Maypen, all right? But the rain impacts are expected to be significant and very widespread. Again, hopefully avoiding these winds, but near the landfall area, at least 130 to 160, 120 to 140 north central side of the island. Again, a more due north track would make it a better situation for St. Mary and St. Anne parishes. You know, anywhere in Trelawney and West, still going to be a big problem. The rainfall is a big concern, 15 to 30 inches, 375 to 750 millimeters. Storm surge of 9 to 13 feet, likely higher in some locations. Again, 9 to 13 feet of water pushing in with this storm, and probably a little bit higher than that from time to time as well. Let's go back over some of the videos you guys have sent me. Again, this is from St. Elizabeth, and I know it's small. But at least you guys can see what is already occurring in St. Elizabeth Parish, and it could get worse. All right, so this should be Julie in St. Elizabeth. We got some new video coming in for you guys as well. So again, you know, a little bit earlier, but still some good winds. Looks like we've already lost a big limb right there, isn't it, guys? That tree certainly isn't oriented in the proper way, unless that's just how it's growing. I can't quite see. Maybe it is, but that doesn't look right. But again, the squall's just picking up in these areas as well. Just going to check if this video has imported yet. And unfortunately it hasn't. Okay. We'll go back over to the cameras as see Jamaica. So for the administrators of the channel who are watching, this is not in studio mode, what you're seeing right now, guys, just so you know. We're working on a few technical things behind the scenes. We want to try and import this video in as good as we possibly can, as quickly as we possibly can. Again, that track is certainly more due north. And to the administrators, if there is a video that is supposed to be in the incoming videos folder, I don't see it, at least as of yet. Again, we're close to landfall, guys. What we're going to end up seeing on the western side of the island is unfortunately going to be historic, catastrophic. The storm surge to begin with, right? What that's going to do to the shoreline, how that's going to change the orientation of the shoreline. Remember, Justin yesterday was just talking about the push of sand already up the shoreline from a couple of days ago. Imagine the push of sand and just the water movement into St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland parishes, even Manchester, from this storm as a Category 5. And then we have to keep a really close eye on how this wants to track from here, right? More due north. Does it begin a little bit of that north-northeast turn? The eye right now is about 15 miles wide, give or take a mile or two. Looks like it's going to make landfall, Font Hill Nature Reserve in Jamaica. Well, to answer your question, Raha, I don't know anything about that resort. I have no idea. You know, concrete structures will probably be okay. Anything beyond that is certainly a much bigger question mark. Don't have any video of the storm surge, at least as of yet. For our admins, I'm keeping an eye on it, but again, the folder that you said is there does not exist, at least in that incoming videos folder for me. Yeah, we're real tight on this eye now, guys. We're going to try and get you some of this video, but I'm going to move on for a minute. So again, let's talk about the appreciable changes that are happening with this storm right now. 185 mile an hour winds, okay? Pressure of 892. You know, this is the latest track, and I'm going to get an update from that for you guys as well here in just a second. But I'm just going to drop this off real quick because we're just going to use our brains here. If this thing is trying to move almost due north, which it certainly looks like it's been doing in the last couple of hours, you know, what are the areas likely to be most impacted by the core winds, which are as totally destructive as they possibly can be? Yes, some of the more hardened concrete structures, some of the resorts in the Grill in Montego Bay, and some of the more hardened homes are likely to survive this, but that would be at the core, right? The foundation of the structures and the walls. Anything that's not of concrete, wood, metal, any kind of outer homes of anything like that that are just of less construction quality and material are likely to be completely lost within these storm winds as it moves on shore. If it's moving at 9 miles an hour, and it's making landfall either in far south and west St. Elizabeth Parish or south and east Westmoreland Parish, and it's trying to go due north, it's just simply less land to go over. At 9 miles an hour, you know, we're into Montego Bay in a couple of hours, and we're off the shoreline in a little bit more than that. So we're only looking at about a 30-mile jaunt. Now, the farther east it might go from here, if there still is a bit of an easterly turn, it's a little bit longer in time. But now that track for the hurricane center that was much more this way with the storm is looking less and less likely, okay? So now you're looking at going over a narrower part of the island, which means that the storm and the eye itself would impact more of the far western side of the island and be in and out of the island just a little bit quicker, just simply because it's not traversing land as much. What's the problem with that, right? The winds are likely to not be as impacted because the storm isn't over land as long as it might have been forecasted to be. Now, there is going to be some weakening of the storm. You're already starting to see the northeast side just fade just slightly. Again, we have land friction interaction and drier air now being fully ingested into the storm. So there will be some weakening because of this, but you know, a storm of this absolute magnitude, just an absolute monster, is likely to fully survive the track over western Jamaica and emerge north as still an extremely powerful, likely still Category 5 hurricane. Again, some views from the Kingston area. Kingston Harbor, top center of your screen, Flat Bridge on the top right. We've got Halfway Tree on the left-hand side of your screen, Crossroads in the bottom center. And I believe that's West Parade on the bottom right. Again, I like what I'm seeing in the Kingston area as far as wind goes. So we can hopefully check that off of the list. While again, there can still be storm damage from these winds, power outages, again, above ground power poles can still take damage from 50 and 60 mile an hour winds, but we're missing the core. Right now I would expect it's traveling north-northeast at 9 miles an hour, or really due north more than anything. And I expect it to continue to, track that direction and that speed for the rest of the afternoon hours. So probably a 4-hour or so time frame being over the western side of the island. Yeah, Flatbridge is underwater, and it happened during Beryl. Again, it's there, but the debris field that is likely to develop could be quite significant as well. So World Weather Trackers officials saying there's some heavy wind in Kingston. And again, in squalls from time to time, not the consistent strong winds that they're seeing out west, and obviously the destructive hurricane force winds, but it just shows you how wide the impacts are being felt from this storm to have conditions like that, 60, 70 miles east of where the center is moving on shore. David says, Rusty, I'm in an area between Linstead and Ewerton, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, by the way, where you're beginning to feel the impact of the storm, but it's not as intense as expected so far. More rain than wind, absolutely. No sustained winds in Linstead, just gusts. Could there be more flooding rain coming to Kingston? Absolutely. So the two concerns I have for the Kingston area is the wind, the rain and the storm surge. The wind impacts for Kingston not likely to be extremely significant. I don't want to say that there's going to be no impacts in Kingston from the wind, but now with this storm going even more due north and by mileage staying farther away from Kingston, we're keeping the core winds a little bit farther away. But again, when a storm moves away from one area, it's moving closer to another, and this is going to be the problem for Westmoreland and Hanover and St. James and St. Elizabeth parishes. Now the core winds are moving due north right into the western side of the island. St. James, St. Elizabeth, Hanover, Westmoreland, likely to all see the core winds. And landfall is very, very close. As soon as we see this white brush land, we've had landfall. Dead Alive Better has lost power. Got it. Sorry to hear that. Okay. The admins are watching the stream again in the incoming video folder. Nothing is coming in new, at least on my end, on the machine. It's just not there. Dead Alive Better says, I will be fine. Lots of rechargeable batteries and lights. Well, that's good to hear. Hey, Day. My location has all been in St. Thomas. No wind and rain, just overcast skies with a light breeze now. It's good to hear. Again, you get as far east as St. Thomas, which is on the far eastern side of the island, conditions will be better. I'm still concerned about some of the potential flooding waters, right? Coastal sections of St. Thomas, but you get inland, things are probably looking a little bit better. Again, you know, there will be some changes to the potential impacts from this storm based on the fact that this storm is likely to right now be going a little bit more north, due north than anything, rather than trying to track a little bit more east. Remember, if the eye were to turn more this way, it just simply puts more of the central and the eastern side of the island closer to the biggest impacts. But if this puppy wants to go due north, now you're looking at just that western third of the island being the areas that get hit hard by this storm. Kingston's starting to get some strong winds. Thank you. Allison says, perfect pronunciation of Ewerton. And then you never know, I might have just screwed it up there. West of Black River. Sorry, I missed the rest of that. How much more time do we have until landfall in Bluefields Bay, White House, Saville-Lamar? Imminently, right? So here is Saville-Lamar, which is just the easiest on the map to show you. We're 10, 12 miles away from the actual Eyewall, but even closer to the inner core winds, we're less than 10 miles. So you're about an hour away to start to really see the worst of it. However, your weather in that area is likely to go downhill very, very quickly and go downhill significantly. Again, I can't overstate the winds that are coming with this storm and what it is likely to do in these western areas. It's going to be extremely powerful. All right, guys, I'm going to take a really quick break, and I'm going to be back in just 1 second. Okay, friends, I'm back. Thank you for sticking with me. So we're working through some technical things on the back end because we want to give you guys the best coverage we possibly can. We want to bring you guys as many videos and live cameras as we possibly can as well, okay? So in order to do that, we're actually going to have to restart this stream. But here's what's going to happen. Once I end this stream momentarily, all of you who are watching this live stream, you don't have to do anything, right? You're going to be automatically put into the wait room of the new stream. Now, it'll take me a few minutes, so we're going to reboot everything, bring in a couple of new things for it to get going. But if you're patient with me in a couple of minutes, all you have to do is wait for the new stream to start. So again, if you're watching this stream right now, you'll be put into the waiting room of the new stream. You don't have to do anything to continue the coverage here at Meteo Mundo. So going to end this stream right now. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And with a new and improved stream, we're going to have a lot more video to show you guys because of that. So I'll see you guys very shortly here as we continue our live coverage of Hurricane Melissa making landfall